there. Good evening, or good afternoon, I guess, really. Welcome to the Santa Monica City Council meeting, a regular meeting for Tuesday, July 28th, 2020. As we have been for some time, we are meeting by teleconference. By now, you all know what that's about. If you have public input tonight, if you want to comment on any of the items, the way you'll do that is by telephone. That'll connect you to the meeting. And there's a special number to do that, which is 310-458-8423. So with that, let's get going and take the roll, if the clerk would do that.
Councilmember McCowan.
Here. Present.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Winter.
Here.
Councilmember Hara.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Here.
And Mayor McKeown.
Here, so we have a full house, all 7 council members with us for the moment tonight. We have a long agenda. We're going to try and move through it as quickly as we can so that we get public comment at a decent time during the evening. And if we could move on to item 1, let's do it. If we call the closed session.
Okay, we have several closed session items. We have conference with labor negotiators. The city's agency designated representative is the Chief People Officer, Lori Gentles, and Senior Human Service Analyst, Erica Rink. Bargain unions, the Administrative Team Association, California Teamsters, Local 911, Confidential Unrepresented Employees Pay Plan, Executive Pay Plan, Municipal Employees Association, Management Team Association, Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, Public Attorneys Union, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109 IAFF, Santa Monica Police Officers Association, Supervisory Team Association, Associates, International Association of Sheet, Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, Transportation Division Local 1785, SMART TD. Then you have an anticipated litigation. It's threat of litigation by Santa Monica Coalition for a Livable City related to the Plaza and Santa Monica project. Then you have another existing litigation is Mercedes Rodriguez versus the City of Santa Monica. Another anticipated litigation, there's 2 claims against the city. The claimants are Sean Singletary and Jessica Nato. And then we have another existing litigation, it's Hendrik C. Azupik versus the City of Santa Monica. And that's it. And currently we have 2 speakers who are requesting to speak, who are calling in.
Okay, so we have a lot of work ahead of us, but let's now open the public hearing on the closed session. We'll go to those telephone calls. You just said there are 2 of them.
There's actually 4. I just got another. There's 2 more.
Okay, so there'll be 4 calls, and we'll take the first right now.
Okay.
Transferring Stanley Epstein.
Stanley Epstein, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. This is Stan Epstein from Santa Monica. The only proper question you have tonight is whether there was an exclusive negotiating agreement in September 2019. If there was no such agreement, then it would be illegal for the city to negotiate with the developer now. There was no such agreement. Who said that? First of all, Rick Cole said that on Sunday in his letter disputing the developer's lies about the participation of Rick Cole. More importantly, there are 2 letters from the city staff, one from Andy Agel and one from Susan Kohler to the developer, expressing the agreement with the developer that there was no ENA at any time during the relevant period. And they said there would be no liability if the city walked away. As you'll see in the lawyer letter from SMCLC, only the city has the right to, only the city council has the right to extend a ENA, and the last ENA expired 4 years before that. Why were these 2 letters withheld from the Housing and Community Development? Very simple, because the city and the developer were in cahoots in trying to fool the state into giving a letter that it did not apply. They succeeded. The city gave up all the rights to David Rand, the developer's lawyer, who misled the HCD, and HCD had a very naive understanding. They had no idea of the law, and they said that there was an exception, and therefore there did not have to be, there could be continuing negotiations. Obviously, HCD was not an expert here. HCD was fooled by Mr. Rand with the cooperation of the city, and therefore their opinion is nothing. It's worthless because it's totally wrong, as any lawyer worth his salt will tell you. So the answer is you have to obey that law, both state law and city law. There were 5 lawyers that were involved, Lane, George.
Your time is now up.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Your time is up. Yeah, thank you.
The indemnity is worthless in addition.
Okay, thank you.
Transferring Beverly Palmer.
Beverly Palmer, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Hello, City Council. My name is Beverly Palmer. I'm here representing Santa Monica Coalition for a Livable City, but I also want to note that I am myself a resident of Santa Monica, and I have a personal interest in seeing the right thing happen on this property. Right now, if the city goes forward and enters a new exclusive negotiating agreement with Claret, it would do so in violation of the Surplus Land Act. The city can't negotiate for disposition of this property without offering the opportunity to entities like affordable housing developers. Rick Cole's recent letter really puts the nail in the coffin on any claim that there was some sort of binding agreement in place. If the city resumes negotiations, SMCLC will seek to enforce the Surplus Land Act by seeking a writ of mandate from the Superior Court, compelling the city to comply with the law. Complying with the law now, by opening the property to negotiations with affordable housing developers, will enable the city to receive input from a wider array of developers and achieve a proposal that meets some of the public's demand for use of this important property. In Oakland, the city abandoned a market-rate residential development on city property after the city attorney advised the council that it had not complied with the Surplus Land Act. The city issued the required notices, and the original developer teamed with an affordable housing developer. The proposal that was ultimately approved had 30% of the units set aside for affordable housing, a greater percentage than typically offered through density bonus provisions. Other cities are also dealing with the Surplus Land Act, including Pasadena, which has complied with it, issuing an RFP for the reuse of an historic building right at the Civic Center, a key city property. Compliance with the Surplus Land Act is not the death knell for development of this site. It's a first step that can lead towards usage of the site that is in line with the public nature of the city-owned property, and that will respect the purposes that the state has established for use of public property in its recent Surplus Land Act amendments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to hear the end of what Ms. Palmer has to say. So Ms. Palmer, would you like to tell us what additional information you have?
Thank you, Councilmember Himmelrich. Actually, that I timed myself, so that was going to be the end of my remarks. I did not get cut off, but I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Matt Necco.
Matt Necco, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Matt Necco. If the allegations of the prior 2 speakers are accurate, I am in full support of what they have said, and I don't believe that the city should proceed with negotiations on an exclusive basis with the proposed developer. Further, I don't believe that the letter from the attorney for the proposed developer should carry weight in as much as with regard to the claim that the developer will indemnify the city if a lawsuit is brought. It certainly is not binding, and we don't know the developer will be around and able to indemnify at the time that the obligations or liabilities are incurred. On another topic, I believe that closed sessions should not occur before the open session. Open sessions should occur before closed sessions so that residents and other members of the public who wish to participate aren't kept waiting an indefinite amount of time for the open session to start. And so city employees and paid consultants who will be participating in the open session aren't being paid potentially overtime to wait. So I suggest that open sessions occur first, that closed sessions occur after open session or on a different day. And in addition, if there is ever an issue, again, about whether there should be a amici brief filed on behalf of the city, that is not proper before a closed session. That's a public policy matter that should be discussed in the public, and it doesn't really involve the city as a party to litigation in terms of the city being a defendant or a plaintiff. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Transferring Julia Michelle.
Julia Michelle, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. My name is Julia Michelle, and I'm an attorney at Stormwater and Wutcher, representing SMCLC. I'd like to address some of the contract issues raised in Claret's letter. A key question here is whether in September 2019, Claret and the city had an enforceable and legally binding exclusive negotiating agreement over the property. If they did not, the Surplus Land Act applies, and the city cannot take any further steps without complying with the act. Now, Claret says that in February, when the council voted to suspend negotiations with it, that this action is deemed to have ratified the alleged exclusive negotiating agreement. But there was no exclusive negotiating agreement in February. The only agreement expired years ago, back in December 2015. Now, the law is clear. A void or expired contract can't be ratified by a city government because the city must follow prescribed public processes when entering agreements, especially one of this magnitude. That process was not followed here. Think about it. Voting to suspend negotiations can't create a negotiating agreement. Now, Claret also argues that the city is somehow stopped from terminating negotiations. That's flat wrong. A city cannot be stopped from following state law by a void and expired contract. As former city manager Rick Cole stated in his recent letter, there was no ENA after 2015 because Claret didn't want to go through the public process of getting one. The city cannot be legally bound to negotiate with a party that has thumbed its nose at the legal process for entering into such an exclusive arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our final caller on that item.
And confirming that, and thank you for confirming that, that'll then close the public hearing on our consent calendar tonight. So we're about to recess into closed session, not our consent calendar, I'm sorry, on our closed session items tonight. We'll come back in public for the consent calendar later. To the city attorney, how long do you think we'll need for tonight's closed session?
My estimate is that it will be approximately 90 minutes.
That would, to my mind, mean 7:15. Is that correct?
Yes.
I just want to make it clear to the public. So we anticipate we'll be back in public from the closed session at 7:15. We're aware we have a very busy night tonight, so we're going to do the best we can to be back here on time. Thank you. We're going to now recess to closed session. Well, good evening and welcome back to your Santa Monica City Council meeting for Tuesday, July 28th. And I realize we're late getting back. I apologize for that. Your council's been at this already for 2.5 hours. So, we're spending the time on it too. We had quite a bit to do in our closed session, and I'll ask the interim city attorney to report out on that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On items 1A, 1B, 1D, and 1E, the matters were heard, but there was no reportable action taken. On matter 1C, the plaintiff filed this lawsuit alleging that her vehicle was struck when a big blue bus ran a red light at 4th Street on Olympic Drive, causing her to suffer a concussion and neck sprain that has led to residual recurring neck pain. The city does not admit the allegations made in the lawsuit, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, the city attorney recommends settlement in the amount of $45,000.
Move settlement.
Second by Winterer.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Winterer. I see no request to speak, so if the clerk would please call the roll.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, and so that settlement is approved by a 7-0 unanimous vote of the City Council, and we'll move on to the consent calendar.
The consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you currently have one caller on hold.
So let's open up the public hearing on the consent calendar, and if you can connect in the phone line, let's hear from the public.
They're transferring the calls in as we speak.
Yeah, this is why KCRW didn't want to cover us anymore. Too much silence. Do we still have that caller?
It looks like we do, and they're in the process of transferring.
Mayor, since we have this dead time, I wanted to ask if you can go ahead and make an announcement that we will have translators later in the meeting. So if people require translation in Spanish, just let the callers, when they call in, they need to let the handler know.
I think we all heard that, so I think you just made that announcement. I certainly hope we're not going to have technical difficulty with callers tonight, because I do anticipate we'll have quite a bit of public comment on some of the agenda.
And there are two callers.
Our public hearing will consist of 2 callers as soon as we're able to connect them.
It sounds like one line was dead when the agents picked up the call, and they're about to transfer the other one in. Here we go.
Transferring Matt Necco.
Matt Necco, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. KCRW probably doesn't want to cover you because there's a closed session that lasts for an indefinite period of time and causes residents to wait, and residents should come first. That's the bad thing that I wanted to say, and to reinforce that closed sessions should not come before open sessions. The next thing I want to say is actually to commend you on 3F. This is a win-win because it costs the city nothing and it provides excellent services to residents and visitors to have stroke response teams show up for no cost. And strokes are a very serious issue for people that are of any age. and this is a win-win. We need to see more win-wins like this. Benefits residents, benefits visitors, and it costs the city nothing. So I want to commend you on this, and obviously this should stay on the consent calendar and go through without a hitch. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And that was the final call.
I really want to express my regret to whoever it may have been who called in and, well, maybe they hung up, we don't know, but it wasn't there. We have a team working on this. We are really doing our best to get those calls in and to make these public hearings as complete as possible. But only one of the two calls we heard was available. So that'll close the public hearing on the consent calendar, and the calendar is before the council. Are there any items anybody wants to pull? I do not see anybody. Is there anybody who'd like to move the consent calendar?
I'll move the consent calendar.
I heard it moved by Councilmember Hara and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
There you go.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll on the consent calendar.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
Mayor McKeown?
Yes. So the consent calendar, items 3A through L, is passed unanimously by the City Council, and we can move on to ordinances.
Next, we have item 7A, which is introduction and adoption of an ordinance setting fiscal year 2020 through 2021 tax rate for 2012 library general obligation bonds. And at this point, you don't have any callers.
This is an item we look forward to every year. It's the one opportunity we seem to have every year to reduce taxes. Who's going to give the happy staff report?
I will, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The ordinance we're asking you to adopt tonight sets the tax rate that's added to Santa Monica property owners' annual property tax bill for fiscal year 2021 to pay for the debt service on our only general obligation bond. Santa Monica residents voted for this $25 million bond in 1998 to pay for library facilities. The tax rate changes each year based on the assessed valuation of property in the city. The rate this year is set at $0.002211 per $100 of assessed value, and this is indeed a decrease of $0.000332 for $100 from last year. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Winterer.
No, I was just going to move we vote to reduce the taxes.
Tough choice. Any second?
Seconded by Himmelrich.
Okay, so the motion by Winterer, second by Himmelrich to reduce taxes. Actually, no, to adopt on first reading the ordinance. Let me make sure I get the wording right because we don't want to make a mistake and not reduce taxes. This would be to introduce and adopt the ordinance setting the tax rate. Any further discussion?
That's what I meant.
Any further discussion? I see none. If the city clerk would please call the roll.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yeah, we'll approve unanimously, 7-0 by the city council. No big surprise. And we'll move on to 7B.
Item 7B is introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending transportation demand management, preferential parking, pedicabs, and bike share. And there are no callers at this point for this item.
We're giving our. You seem to have a lot of mics on. If people could mute their mics if they're not actually doing the presentation. I think we're going to hear from Francie. Stefan, I see your mouth moving, but I'm not hearing you. So we seem to have a mic issue there.
All
Francie, go to the settings button on the lower right corner of your Blue Jeans window and check your devices. Click on settings and check and make sure that your headphone and your microphone or what you're wearing, it's not set to something different.
Yeah, you appear unmuted, Francie, but we do not hear you.
Francie, try that again.
How about now?
There you go.
Does this work?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Great. Happy that this works. So thank you for your patience. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Francie Stephan, your Chief Mobility Officer and Assistant Director of Planning. Tonight you have before you a recommendation to approve 4 areas of changes to the municipal code that are needed to align some transportation procedures in order to reflect the restructuring of city services that you adopted in May and June. The city's transportation services are housed within the Community Development Department in our Mobility Division. The restructuring process resulted in the loss of 16 positions and necessitate the elimination or suspension of some services in order to effectively deliver others. Pursuant to council direction, the division is focused on core services, including economic recovery, life safety, street operations, and permitting. For example, staff is creating the street dining and retail program, repairing citywide traffic signals, issuing construction, traffic control permits, and supporting development review. Internally, the division, like many others, also has crucial work at this time to implement restructuring through training new staff, reorganizing workflows, adapting to remote work, and focusing on our fiscal needs, including not losing any of our prior grant funds and meeting some pretty rigorous deadlines set by other agencies. So what you have before you tonight are the most time-sensitive changes that involve adaptation to the municipal code in the areas of employer trip reduction, preferential parking, pedicabs, and bike share. In the first 2 cases of the employer trip reduction and preferential parking, the proposal is to suspend code sections for a period of 4 years or until restoration and accompanying council actions. In the case of pedicabs and bike share, the changes are proposed to be permanent, but are lesser in scope. So I'll go briefly through the changes, but be brief because you have a long agenda. So for TDM, the employer trip reduction program, the request is to suspend the requirements for businesses of 30 to 50 people. So that means they will no longer be required to perform annual surveys or submit annual reduction plans. This threshold had been dropped in 2016, so effectively this would down from 50 to 30, so this would reinstate the pre-2016 threshold. Additionally, we would suspend the requirement for worksite transportation plans, which currently is required of any business from 1 to 29 employees. Businesses in these categories are predominantly restaurants and bars, retail, and health-related industries, and they would receive this relief until September 2024 or until earlier with council direction. Just to be clear, it would not affect any businesses of 50 or more, and it would not change development requirements for TDM. The city staff and GoSamo Transportation Management Organization would continue to provide support to city employers. The TMO funding was reduced, but they have refocused their efforts on supporting these larger employers as well as supporting the smaller employers that still have a need for employees to commute to the work site and need commuting assistance, especially in this new time. So that's the conclusion of TDM. On residential preferential parking, it would suspend the processing of new or amended regulations until September 2024. Currently, the majority of the city is blanketed in either existing implemented pref parking or pre-approved preferential parking regulations. So with this change, residents on pre-approved blocks would still be able to get their preferential parking implemented, and residents on existing implemented blocks would continue to be able to purchase and renew permits. So I want to be clear that if you're on an existing block now that has residential pref parking, you would still be able to have that, you'd be able to renew your permits. The fundamental change is that we wouldn't process new or modified regulations, such as change of hours or days of the week And this requires staff time in processing the applications, doing parking studies, doing community meetings, and bringing items to the council. We would also pull back some on the assistance to residents in when they need to get signatures. So it really would be up to the applicant to obtain all qualifying signatures if they needed to implement a pre-approved zone. So that encapsulates the change to preferential parking. In the case of pedicabs, these are proposed to be permanent, but are actually aligning better with the state. The city, as it often is, was ahead of the game on pedicabs. We established regulations in 2013 that required permits for the operator, the driver, and each vehicle. Since then, the state has stepped in and actually mirrored many of our local regulations, so we now can lean on the state vehicle code. This change wouldn't actually get rid of local regulations, but just aligns the state and our local code. And the major change is that we just wouldn't require the operator and each driver to get a permit. We would just manually inspect each vehicle each year as required by the state. So we would look at the vehicle, make sure it met the basic requirements for health safety. Pedicabs would still be required to obtain a business license and show proof of insurance. And complaints and issues with operations would continue to be handled by code enforcement of the police department as they are today. Last on the list of code changes are bike share. This one's very minor. It is really to just remove the restriction on what type of entity can operate public bike share in Santa Monica. So it would enable an entity other than the city's designated operator, in this case CycleHop, to run a public bike share system. This code change is needed in anticipation of the sunsetting of Breeze Bike Share in November, and eliminates the potential limitations in what entity could operate a future public system. It's not anticipated to have a material change at this time. It just enables the city to have a full range of options. So the last item is taxi cabs. In this case, we are not asking for a code change. We're seeking some direction from the council. The city has had a franchise system for taxi cabs since 2009. We established it to deal with oversupply of taxis and operating issues. And we all know that since then, the market has changed pretty dramatically. The state has also intervened more recently to limit local regulation of taxi cabs and encourage regional permitting solutions. Staff has been in contact with LADOT and other regional agencies in reviewing best practices. And in response to the trends that we're seeing with other agencies, as well as the loss of our oversight for this program, the staff oversight, staff is proposing to move away from the franchise system and towards a more flexible permitting system. We would seek to align with LADOT or other regional entities and find ways to permit more efficiently than we do currently. This has the potential of increasing flexibility in other customer services, but not precluding existing operators. The one downside for existing operators would be the potential for competition in the marketplace. The city, as it moves forward, could still choose in the permitting system to impose things like accessibility requirements, fare maximums, and other core benefits of the franchise system. So while we're not asking for a decision on that tonight, we just wanted to preview you that we're asking for direction to move in that realm. And that concludes my presentation. We are here for questions. Thank you.
And the very first question from the council comes from Councilmember Himmelworth.
Thank you. Thanks, Francie. I have two questions. My first one is, are we getting reports from the TDM, the companies that are under our TDM requirements right now as we speak?
Do you mean right now in terms of from
in the pandemic? I'm
COVID?
just, yes, I wonder if we have any idea of how many people are actually coming to work here.
Yeah, staff has been in contact with many local employers about their trends and what they see. We have been trying to be flexible and understanding about businesses adapting to this new work environment, but there has been communication to better understand what people are doing and how they see their work life changing.
And well, that's good. You've been in touch now. Tell us a little. What are they saying? I mean, are they saying that They're going back into offices. They aren't going back into offices. I mean, I am curious what the people who are, who have businesses in the city and who created those big traffic jams on the 10 that I haven't seen anymore, what they are experiencing and what they're projecting in terms of future transportation needs.
Yeah, I'd like to, Colleen, if you're there, I'd like to invite you to answer that one.
Yeah, sure. Councilmember Himmelrich, this is Colleen Stahl with the Mobility Division. We're seeing that it really varies by industry. So some of the companies like Kite Pharma, they still have a large majority of their employees who are coming into work, and they're following all the protocols that they can to continue to provide their programs like their shuttles and their van pools and support their employees getting to work. And obviously, as Francie mentioned, we do have a lot of retail and restaurants, and when those businesses are open, their employees are coming to work. But then, of course, with our large employers, we do have a lot of technology and media companies. And for those companies right now, we do see that their workforce is predominantly working from home.
And what about law firms and accounting firms? Because we have a few of those.
I can't recall off the top of my head any law firms or accounting firms that have specifically said they're coming back to work at this point. And for most of the folks that we have been talking to, it looks like Labor Day is the earliest that they're talking about for their return to work plans.
Thanks, Colleen. And my next question is on the taxis, which we talk about. It seems like every time we talk about this, how many are there operating now in Santa Monica?
So there's one company that is part of the franchise, and that is Taxi Taxi. And that is a result of the state law change that limited who could be regulated. Now, the other companies continue to service the city. They just have to service it based on pre-approved or pre-arranged trips. And Taxi Taxi is way down in the number of active vehicles. It, at this point, is below a dozen vehicles.
And Taxi Taxi is the only company right now that can pick up in the city. Is that right? Taxi company.
Any company can pick up as long as they prearranged it, and prearrangement has a broad definition that could include on your phone, on your app, or any other prearrangement. The only thing you can't do is other companies cannot sit in the city's existing taxi stands, and they cannot accept a hailed on the street trip.
Thank you.
Councilmember Winter, I think I saw your hand up before.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Stefan, on the taxi issue, if I heard you correctly, we can still do things with this change that might be afoot about requiring, for instance, a flat rate to LAX, which we've had in the past. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're not asking for anything that would limit your future regulatory purview.
And we would still be able to address complaints about not accommodating passengers with a disability or because of racial bias or anything like that, right? So still have that tool available to us.
Yeah.
And then on the pedicabs, we're not having the permits anymore. So what are enforcement options in that case against bad actors? Just as an example, I saw a pedicab on the beach bike path where they're not supposed to be, if I recall correctly, and neither the driver nor his two riders were wearing facial coverings, and I'm pretty sure he was not driving his household. So there were multiple violations going on. Is that just up in the hands of code enforcement at this point, or can we potentially revoke a business license for a bad actor, or what are options?
Yeah, I mean, I think our primary options, are in the layered way we might approach it would be our primary options would be first working through code and PD on enforcing both our local code-based limitation on pedicabs on the beach path, right? So our code enforcement officers have the ability to, and our police department has the ability to enforce that. And then the code enforcement officers could enforce against lack of using a seatbelt. Recognizing our code enforcement officers are incredibly busy right now, just dealing with some of the face mask and other health-related issues. But theoretically, those rights and abilities still exist with this change to enforce per the California Vehicle Code for moving violations and enforce our local codes through code enforcement.
All right, thank you.
So I have a question, since I don't see any other council members yet, and that's about the difference between the franchise, which we're going to have to abandon, and the permit system for cabs. We have only one company left in town, as you said, and its fleet is diminished. But it's important to protect that we have that asset in town. Is there some way we can protect taxi from the competition at taxi stands or hailing under a permit system?
I mean, that is something we could take as something to look at. It's often difficult for the city to prefer a certain commercial provider over another. I think as it relates to state laws and our purview there, I think it would, I don't think there's much in the structure given to us that would make it, that offer anything that comes to mind immediately as ways to help a local provider. It is something that we could take in advisal as we move down this direction to see what within the bounds of law we can do. It certainly is at this point, it is something we would have to explore. I don't know, having not really gone into much detail about it yet, but we could look at both, specific and more soft provisions that could help that along.
So if that's your direction, we can look at that as a matter of law and see what is permissible and what we can do.
Okay, so we'll get to that when we give direction after we have the public hearing. And I don't see any more council questions. Let me turn to the city clerk. I think you said there was nobody waiting at the outset. Are there any people who have now asked to speak on item 7B?
There is one caller.
We'll open the public hearing then and hear from that caller.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. I'm curious, is this another item so overpaid staff at City Hall again have to do as little as possible? Or let's look at your actions tonight which contradict each other, such as you want to remove the permit process for pedicabs, yet in item 8A the city is crying poor mouth again. And don't permits bring in revenue? Although the biggest joke here is that anything is enforced by code compliance without numerous calls due to them not following up, and that the police would enforce the rules of the road. Just take scooters as an example of no regular enforcement of rules of the road. Then next, your traffic demand management plan is basically trash now. And since so much of the planning for the city is based on the traffic demand management plan, loose, the downtown specific plan, etc., would this action make those trash too? I mean, since city employees and businesses under 50 people don't have to participate, would that mean you expect the resident taxpayers to have to pay for the mobile source emission reduction credits due to your failure? Finally, what you're doing to Taxi is really messed up. Remember you made them jump through all those hoops to get the franchise? Well, why don't you extend their contract to 2024 and see where the city is done instead of being like, oh well. Here's something else to think about contradicting staff's opinion again. As with pedicabs having permits, when the service is franchised, it's much easier to control rather than a free-for-all. And I've already touched on code compliance and the police department's record of lack of enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last call on that item. It was a mistake in saying that there were two.
Okay, so that will close the public hearing on item 7B, and what staff is asking us for is adoption of an ordinance and then separately some direction on taxi cabs. What would the council like to do at this point? I don't see any questions. Somebody have a motion?
I'll move the ordinance.
Second, Tim Ulrich.
Okay, so the ordinance has been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. I did see a hand go up quickly there from Councilmember Hara. Did you have a question or a comment on the motion?
I actually had a comment. I just wanted to thank the staff so much for bringing this forward and for listening to what we passed back in November, which was, with the economic development on how to think outside the box for procurement. So thank you so very much for doing such a great job. And I will move forward with the voting.
Well, I don't see any further comments on the motion, so we'll put the direction on cabs aside for the moment, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll call on the motion to adopt the ordinance.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that ordinance is adopted at first reading by unanimous City Council, 7-0. Council, I already made a suggestion for direction on taxi cabs. I'm really concerned about protecting the one company we have left. Do you all concur? Do you have something to add to that? Do you disagree? Councilmember Winterer.
Yeah, I absolutely concur. Taxi's been a great partner with us for many, many years, and they, as we know, they have a fleet of low emission vehicles, low use of gas. They provide an excellent service, and I think we should, within the limits of the law, do what we can to encourage them to continue to be able to do business here in Santa Monica.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Thank you for the opportunity. I agreed. Taxis provided a lot of great services for us. That's how we elected to franchise them, and it's those benefits that they provided that allowed them to win the franchise. So I might just say, let's not protect the company, but rather those additional features that we've earned for Santa Monica residents as a result of the franchise system.
Any other comments on the direction, or should we go ahead and vote on giving that direction, which unfortunately, being a teleconference, everything has to be a roll call vote. Would the clerk please call the roll?
All right. Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, and so that direction is given unanimously, 7-0 by the City Council, and we can move on into our 8 items with item 8A.
Before we go to 8A, I'm sorry, I missed who made the motion for that one, for the direction, and the second.
Well, I don't remember either.
I seconded it. I think Lee made the motion, but I could.
Let the record show that.
Okay.
Okay.
Without objection from anybody else, that's what we'll do.
Okay. Item 8A is adoption of resolution to place revenue measure on the November 2020 ballot. And as of right now, you have 2 callers.
First, we have a staff report.
Yes, good evening, Council. I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully you'll be able to see. And can you see it right now?
I do not see your screen yet. I've prepared by expanding the sidebar, but I don't see the screen yet.
Okay, I'll give it 2 more seconds. I think it takes a little bit of time.
Gigi, did you choose which screen you wanted to share?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me try again.
Yeah, we're not seeing it.
Okay.
Here we go.
There we go. Okay. So in this item, staff is recommending that the council adopt a resolution to place a tax revenue measure on the November 3rd, 2020 general election ballot. This revenue measure, which has a limited impact on our community members, will help the city preserve its ability to provide essential services in the face of severe challenges to our existing revenues in the short term and shifting long-term trends that are also threatening our traditional revenue streams. Over the last several months, we've come before the council many times to present the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. We took very difficult steps to restructure our operations and our budget in order to address public health needs and a decrease in revenues. Even with the use of one-time funds from reserves and canceled projects, our budget this year is 25% smaller than it was last year. In the short run, we've done all we can to prepare for the next year. We've set aside $20 million to keep services running, even if we must go through another economic shutdown. And we're in line to receive federal stimulus funds, which only total a little over $1 million. While essential services and maintenance remain, service reductions are happening across the board, impacting our libraries, youth programs, processing times for various services. And looking beyond the current year, we don't have the ongoing funding to continue important programs such as some of those that address our homeless population at the level that has proven to be most effective. While the revenue measure we're proposing tonight will help us meet the revenue challenges that we anticipate to have over the next few years as our economy recovers, we've been seeing a need for a more diversified revenue stream for a while. In the past few years, we've been seeing a moderation in the growth of traditional municipal revenues in parking, sales taxes, utility users tax, and most recently, hotel taxes as geopolitical issues impacted tourism. These trends will persist even beyond the current health crisis, and they likely will be intensified in the transformation that our economy will go through as a result of the pandemic. This measure that we anticipate will generate $3 million in new revenue right now, or once it would go into effect. So mostly $3 million in revenue next fiscal year, would almost double in terms of revenue generated in 5 years as the economy recovers. This revenue is an opportunity to begin diversifying our revenues to more accurately align with our local economy. So this slide that you have before you explains the structure of what we're proposing. This is a documentary transfer tax measure. The documentary transfer tax is a tax that's paid when a real estate property is sold or transferred. Under our current structure, all of our property sales have a $1.10 per $1,000 of sale price documentary transfer tax that is imposed by the county and goes to the county. But the city also imposes a $3 per $1,000 sales price on each property. So the total is $4.10. Under our proposed structure, we are proposing 2 tiers. The first tier would stay exactly the same, and it would be on property sales that are less than $5 million. So it would look like the orange, the current structure. Tier 2 would be how the tax would change, and it would be on sales of properties that are $5 million and up. The county portion would stay the same, but the city portion for the entire sale of the property would be $6 per $1,000 of sale. This, based on 3 years of information, of data that we have, this represents about 10% of the parcels sold per year. And those 10% of the parcels sold make up 65% of our documentary transfer tax revenue. So initial community feedback regarding this measure has been positive. We surveyed a representative sample of Santa Monica voters in late May in both English and Spanish to gauge their interest in a revenue measure, as well as how they would prefer the funds to be spent if the measure passed. The level of support for the measure at 62%, I'm sorry, let me hide at 62% at the bottom of the table here, was comparable to previous local measures that have been approved by Santa Monica voters. And you can see the previous measures. It's the percent yes column is what they had polled at, and the percent yes election is what the ultimate vote was. So as a general tax, this measure requires a majority vote to win. When asked about how funds might be best used, 76 to 88% of those surveyed noted the following uses that you have here in front of you as important. They include programs to prevent homelessness, economic recovery, cleaning public spaces, emergency response, youth programs including after school and mental health programs, and food and housing security. Included within the measure and spelled out in the ordinance that accompanies the resolution we're asking you to approve tonight are exemptions to the second tier tax for properties that are 100% dedicated to affordable housing, either through a traditional nonprofit corporation model or through a community land trust model as defined by the California Revenue and Taxation Code, where the affordable housing would need to be built by 2025. Also spelled out in the ordinance is the administrative process that we anticipate to use to collect the second tier tax, which is, as we've said, the tax that's imposed on properties over $5 million. This is in case at this point, we have been talking to the county that usually collects all of the documentary transfer tax, and they are not able to collect a tiered tax rate at this time. So we have been able to find a way to be able to collect that tax. But the ordinance does allow us to, if the county is able to do it in the future, that we would be able to shift to having them collect it for us. And finally, this slide shows the proposed language that will appear on the ballot. The language is included in the resolution that we're asking you to adopt tonight, and the resolution also states your intent to place the measure on the November 3rd ballot. And that concludes my report. The recommended actions are in front of you. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions.
And I think we'll be ready for that. So we'll clear the screen so we can see the other questions, which I cannot right now see anybody else. So.
1 second.
There we go. Who has a question? Anybody? I have a couple if nobody else does. This is something we've obviously been working on for a while and already did some polling on. I just want to note that this month, the Lewis Center for Regional Policy Studies at UCLA came out with a report, a call for real estate transfer tax reform. And I'm wondering, does what we're proposing fit exactly what they are recommending? It looks like it does.
Yes, I believe that they were noting that many of our documentary transfer tax laws here in the southern part of the state are very low, and the northern part of the state has more tiering and higher documentary transfer tax rates than we do.
And then the other question I had was, we rely, as many communities do, on the League of Women Voters and our local chapter, the League of Women Voters of Santa Monica, to keep an eye on ballot measures and understand the details and eventually make recommendations to people. They raised a couple of points which you were able to answer. Are there any you'd like to add for the council's understanding before we go to the public hearing?
I can draw it up. Some of the points they raised, they asked how many of the properties were residential. Out of the 2019 parcels that were sold, out of the 81 parcels over $5 million and over, about 51% residential were residential, but about 33 of them, I'm sorry, about 51 were residential, about 33 of those were single-family residential. So it is a small number of homes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I don't see any further questions from council members. City Clerk, do we have callers on this who've requested to speak? If so, we'll open a public hearing.
We have 3 callers.
Let us then open the public hearing and hear from those 3 members of the public.
Transferring Jonathan Foster.
Jonathan Foster, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, Jonathan Foster. I was surprised to see such a display of the money. I had basically learned about this concept, and the Native Americans that you're talking about property tax, it's their property. You're going to do $3 per thousand up to $5 million and $6 above $5 million. And I talked about this is what you should give the Native Americans. You know, when there's a transfer of property, they should get $3 also. And if it's above $5 million, the Tongva Native Americans should get $6. And on rental property, when rent is paid in rent, the Tongva Indians should be getting paid. You talk about civil rights and Santa Monica is a civil rights leader. That's a lie, because the Tongva Native Americans are not receiving a civil right whatsoever. It's an insult. You got a park over there named for Tongva Native Americans, but not one of them lives there. When are you going to do the right thing? You should put in some cash for the Tongva Native Americans that you think you patted yourself. All you people too pretty much weren't here when that was made, so yelling at you is pointless. Kristen, I think, just got here, so can't yell at her, but the idea is there. You should be putting $3 and $6 in a fund to give to the Native Americans, the Tongva tribe. That would be a civil right. If you're not giving them their land back, that would be the most civil right. Give them their land back. Alito Chimichakama, that's Choctaw for hello, how are you inside? Yeah, you guys are dark, I think.
Thank you.
Transferring Matt Necco.
Matt Necco, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. I don't have any interest in property valued anywhere near $5 million, but I do want to say a few things, one of them being that I believe that there should be a progressive measure. That is, right now, if a property is sold for $1 less than $5 million, it's going to be taxed at $3 per thousand. If it's sold for $1 more than $5 million, it's going to be taxed the entire amount at $6 per thousand. I don't think that that's fair. I think that it should be progressive. Second of all, this will affect renters as well as business entities, because renters, the increase will be passed on to the renters so that the landlords have a fair return on their investments. It'll be passed on to business owners because most leases are net-net. And I think that that's not fair. Third of all, the 10% number is going to increase as property values increase in the city over time. Fourth of all, I believe that the measure is, and the resolution and the language is not drafted impartially. It uses a lot of biased language intended to influence. And I think that any biased and unnecessary language should be stricken. I pointed out some examples in my written comments. And last of all, I don't believe, unfortunately, that the city attorney's office can, in fact, provide an impartial analysis. I think that an analysis needs to be provided by an outside third party with no interest in Santa Monica. And finally, Elaine, it looks like you have a headache. I hope that you're feeling okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Hi, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. My first question would be, are property values starting to drop as a result of the allowed riot and looting May 31st, 2020? Or is this another action by you to keep the $5 million and up real estate prices artificially high? And how much would the percentage be of the city's cost to sell property within the city? But this is what happens when the police are told to stand down, leaving the criminals in control. Again, on the issue of the stand-down order, one really does have to wonder if our mayor, Kevin McEwen, is the one who actually responsible for giving the order, as seems to have happened in New York City, and that would follow Kevin McEwen's Marxist philosophy that the ends justify the means. And just to make sure I understand this right, you want to tax real estate owners more due to your negligence and violation of your oath of office to provide safety for the city, which again was witnessed worldwide on May 31st, 2020, instead trying to blame it on COVID-19. Here's a good question. If restaurants and businesses within the city are open, then why is City Hall not? Then we might get a little better enforcement of COVID-19 rules for operation. For example, let's take Uvo at 1320A 2nd Street, who Kathleen Rawson gave a fifth of the parking on the block to for outdoor dining. So now on Friday through Sunday nights, they've expanded the number of tables by putting additional tables on the sidewalk, curbside, and sometimes in the easement, telling me that if I want to be 6 feet away from the tables to walk up against the building, not to mention the maze of people you have to walk through on the sidewalk waiting for to pick up food or for a table. So for this type of COVID-19 enforcement, you want to tax the property owners more. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our final call.
It was. Okay, so we'll close the public hearing on item 8A. And council, there are a couple of things we're being asked to do. The first is to adopt a resolution that not only puts it on the ballot, but adopts the language to put on the ballot. Does the council have any further questions on that, or are we ready to begin discussion, or is there a motion? Councilmember Himmelrich.
I have one question, Gigi, and that is, how much will it cost for us to actually do the additional $3 ourselves? No?
So we did a request for information from a few organizations. It will cost less than $20,000 a year initially, and less than $10,000 a year on an annual basis.
Thanks.
If there are no other questions from the council, we're ready for a discussion or a motion. Well, if everybody's going to sit on their hands, I'll move that we adopt the resolution and the language.
Second.
Sorry. Okay, so it's moved by Mayor McKeown, seconded by Councilmember Davis, I believe. Is there further discussion on this part of what we have to do on this item? I don't see any. So if the city clerk would please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, and so that resolution is adopted. It'll be put on the ballot. The language will stand, and that's by a 7-0 vote of the city council. And now, city clerk, I believe that since you're the elections officer, I need to turn the next portion of this item 8A over to you.
So, Mayor, since you guys have passed this, we need to have at least one council member write the argument or take the lead in writing the argument in favor. And historically, those that are running for office tend to not get involved in this process. So that leaves you, Mayor McKeown, and Councilmember Himmelrich.
Well, since I made the motion, I'm more than happy to take the lead on this.
Okay.
Are there any other volunteers? I think we have to take a roll call vote on this, don't we, City Clerk?
I don't think you do on this.
Okay. So what is it, a voice vote or just without objection? Or
Well, there were no other nominations, so you get to be the lucky winner.
No other volunteers. I noticed that.
By acclamation.
So I'm happy to do it. It's a very, very good thing for us to be doing. So I'll work with whoever I need to work with to get this done and turned in on time, and hopefully to get this done. And that'll close item 8A and move us to 8B.
Item 8B, adoption of resolution submitting to the voters a measure to amend Section 1107 and repeal Section 1108 of Article 11 of the City of Santa Monica Charter related to civil service appointment and promotion rules to advance racial equity and further strengthen our workforce. And currently you have one caller on hold.
But first, we'll have a staff presentation, and I see somebody's already ready with the graphics. Who is that?
That is me. This is Lori Gentles. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Lori Gentles, Chief People Officer and HR Director. I, along with members of my team, Mark Brower and Michael Arnoldis, and the City Manager are here tonight to present a proposal to place a modification to the City Charter on the November 2020 ballot. This action would allow us to subsequently work with our labor partners to modify the civil service rules accordingly. In this presentation, I will cover the HR mission and the structural challenges that we face in advancing equity through the recruitment and selection process. I'll talk about the window of opportunity that we have right now to begin to address this inequity. I will present how this request aligns with the social justice agenda to eliminate artificial barriers in access and employment, and how it aligns with contemporary HR practices in a global society. We will inform why this change is needed now and what the opportunity cost of inaction is. In this presentation, I will also share our communication efforts that we've had with various stakeholders, including our labor partners, the Personnel Board, and also the relevant research that we've done pertaining to similar civil and charter service initiatives with other organizations. And finally, we will ask for your approval to place proposed modifications to the City Charter on the November 2020 ballot for voter approval. The civil service rules and the merit-based system, to a large extent, govern how we do the operational work of HR. In 2019, an effort to cement our values and underscore our commitment to fair and equitable HR practices, we developed our people-driven mission statement. We call it the HR Art, which is to attract and retain the next generation of leaders, both internal and external, to reinforce a civil and equitable workplace, and to cultivate a culture of accountability, empowerment, and leadership. Our ability to carry out the ARC with efficiency is constrained, and our current process is a roadblock to diversity. First, we have a structural problem. Our civil service rules are embedded in the city's constitution. The City of Santa Monica is unique in this instance, but I have to say it's not in a good way this time. Based on data from the California League of Cities, we are one of approximately 100 charter cities and only a smaller few that actually have civil service rules embedded into its constitution. Of our 11 comparable cities, no one is structured the way we are. That means that any update, any correction, any modernization or movement toward more transparency and fairness in the recruitment and hiring process must be approved by the voters in an election where City Council is elected. And as you know, this occurs only once every 2 years. HR operations should not be governed in this way. Civil service rules govern how vacancies are filled, and some provisions inadvertently compound the lack of diversity at higher levels in the organization. by artificially limiting the pool of candidates to select from. The proposal to amend the charter through ballot measure would allow the city to begin collaborating with our bargaining groups about revisionary language that provides for opportunities for more people within our organization and a larger and more diverse applicant pool of candidates outside of the organization to be considered for vacant jobs. Many of you have heard me say that this organization is pretty diverse overall. However, you can see from this bar chart that our diversity is largely concentrated at the lower end of the job ladder. As you move up the professional and management level positions, the diversity numbers decrease significantly. This chart reveals history and how our current system has worked. So wherever there's a concentration of a particular group, you are likely to perpetuate that group in future hires because that's your selection pool. In order to effectuate change, we have to diversify the pool or the pipeline, and in order to diversify the pool, you have to have processes that allow for more qualified people to be reachable within the organization, and then processes to attract diverse individuals to the organization. Our processes are limiting. There's a kink in the process. So for context, listed in the order is how vacant positions are filled within this organization, and it's dictated by the city's charter and the municipal code. So the first item that you see there to your left, the reemployment list. Basically, reemployment is the first right of refusal for the same or similar job within a department in the event of a layoff. We're fine with this. There are no proposed changes here. We want to keep the reemployment list. The next order is the transfer list. And basically, a transfer list allows for internal employees to place their name on a list for a position that's equal to their own or is lower than their current position in another department or within the department. We have no proposed changes here. We think that that is fine, and that's a good opportunity for employees. Number 3 is where the kink begins, the promotional list. It's limited to only the top 3 internal staff, and this is what we call the rule of 3. The rule of 3 states that the names of the 3 highest ranking or scoring candidates are the only ones who can be selected for the position. So this means that people who happen to take the test better on a particular day, or let's say they interviewed better one particular day, or they just simply have more practice interviewing than others. That means that the person number 4, 5, 6, 10 on the list, although very qualified, cannot even be considered by the hiring department. The rule of 3 is outdated. It's an outdated practice, and according to a 1995 report to the President and the Congress of the United States by the U.S. Merit Systems Protection Board, the rule of 3 actually dates back to 1871, when President Grant supported national civil service reform and appointed a commission that came up with the rule of 3. Interestingly, the rule of 3 was an expansion from the original rule of 1. And it was intended to give more choice. Perhaps it did 150 years ago, but it certainly is limiting now. And that's also why the Obama administration in 2010, and his effort to transform the hiring process and strengthen the workforce through diversity, eliminated the rule of 3. The next kink is the open competitive list. And currently, the way our charter dictates, this is the last resort in a recruitment process. An open competitive process does have the ability to bring in more diversity in instances where the pool is limited, and it really should be the first and the best practice choice. So you could see to the right, the potential modifications is a simple reordering of the current process. Going to the next slide. The best practice in recruiting is to cast the net far and wide. With an open competitive process, you are likely to increase diversity in the pool and provide more opportunity for people to be considered. As you can see, this slide illustrates that point. Internal and external candidates can apply. Those that meet the minimum qualifications have an opportunity to be interviewed by the department, not just limited to the top 3 people. So moving toward an open competitive recruitment as the best practice to increase diversity in the applicant pool, in lieu of our mandated closed recruitment process that we currently have now, is not the solution to addressing inequities in the recruitment and selection process. It is, however, one very important piece of the larger picture. And so what is that larger picture? It's basic to me. It's truly living up to our statement of fair employment practices, which states that all persons shall have equal opportunity to obtain and hold employment. All of the pieces have to come together. It will take a combination of efforts to address systemic issues, some of which are already underway, because one piece alone may not make total sense. So everyone will need to play a role, including department hiring managers, labor groups, council, HR, and there will need to be accountability measures to ensure fairness and access are always at the forefront of our processes. Some of the things listed there on this slide, either we've implemented or we are planning to implement or we are evaluating to ensure that our goals of upward mobility for internal staff and the ability to attract diverse external candidates is possible. And I won't go into all of the things on that list, but you could see that they are just diverse pieces of the puzzle. So we have an opportunity. The action that we're asking you to take tonight, and if approved by voters, will give us permission, will basically just allow us to start the conversation about shifting toward open competitive recruitments and replacing the rule of 3 with an alternative method that is more equitable, that provides for greater opportunity for all persons to obtain and hold employment in this city. There is a price for inaction and for not seizing this opportunity, and it's the status quo. It's a system where some people have equal opportunity, but not all. So we all know that we're in a historic moment in time. The rubber is meeting the road. The national dialogue regarding all sorts of inequities and injustices is inescapable. And complaints of unfair practices, barriers, and discrimination in the hiring process is part of the reason this council adopted a 3-track social justice and equity initiatives that include public safety reform, development of the Black agenda, and equity and inclusion in the workplace. Our current process is just not going to get us there. So the proposed modification is straightforward. We propose to strike through one paragraph of Charter Section 1107, which is listed here, and the removal of the next Charter Section 1108, which is on the next slide. The practical interpretation of this section is that these sections define how positions should be filled and limits the pool of candidates to the top 3 internal candidates. Vacant city jobs are filled only using internal candidates, not through an open and competitive recruitment of qualified and diverse candidates. So the next slide, 1108, you can just see the complete strike through of that section. I think what's important to know is that once the charter sections are removed, what remains is really a duplication of that charter section in the municipal code here that you see on the slide. And then we can focus on the relevant sections in this municipal code to identify more inclusive language, again, where more people can be considered for opportunity. So we've had lots of conversations regarding a complete charter overhaul and civil service rule revisions. That began last year. We suspended our efforts to move this item forward for a number of reasons. However, in light of recent events around race and equity and feedback from employees and managers, we are compelled to pursue this action now. Recent meetings with bargaining groups signal understanding and support around the need for such action, as indicated by one of the comments that we received that says the rule of three prevents people who don't interview well to be considered for the job, and that is absolutely one of the concerns that we have. So the language on the next slide, the recommended council action, is there. I won't read through that, but pretty straightforward. Our next steps, if this proposal is approved by council, this is the calendar of events. We work with the CAO to draft measure, wait for election day. If it passes, collaborate with the bargaining units regarding the revised municipal code language. And then we'd have to come back to this council to request that you adopt that language in the municipal code. The important thing to remember throughout this, entire presentation and what your action will mean tonight is that it will simply allow us to pursue a ballot measure, that nothing is going to change as a result of the action tonight. If the ballot measure passes, it also changes nothing, except for opening up the door for us to begin dialogue about how to put the puzzle pieces together and how to make similar changes to the municipal code. And we know that this is a very necessary first step. So that concludes my presentation, and I will answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for that. And this is very much like the previous item, in that we're asked first to adopt a resolution, then we'll go to the city clerk if we do adopt a resolution and select someone to write a ballot argument. So let's start with questions from the council about the staff presentation. I do not see any, so I'll turn now to the city clerk and see if we have people waiting to speak on this item.
We do have two callers.
Wait, before we go there, I think I now see an out-of-frame hand from Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes, and I asked a question 4 minutes ago while that I have checked. So anyway, but that's fine. Lori, great report.
Yes.
You are awesome. So
Thank you.
The testing, right? I mean, when we hear about testing, we think about pencils and papers and filling in dots, right? Can you tell me what a test would look like here?
Yeah, so the charter and the municipal code does give us some flexibility on the type of tests that we do. Unfortunately, some of our tests, and we're looking at that now, we have our new HR manager, Michael Arnoldis, is looking at that now and figuring out how can we make sure that we're doing tests that are relevant and that are not, just the pencil and paper and the bubble sheets and things of that nature. Some of our tests are not as relevant in testing for what the job actually requires on the job. So we're taking a look at how we can revamp that as well. But a test can be anything. It could be a written test. It could be a performance test. It could be an interview test.
And similarly, and so I guess that when you use an interview as a test for somebody who actually doesn't for instance, have any public contact or otherwise have to talk to people in their job, that probably isn't a very accurate measure of how they can perform the job. Is there a way, let me ask you something else, will there be a way, should we pursue this, to do tests that not only are more inclusive, but actually are more accurate calibrations of how people, because it's always hard to know in advance how people might perform in jobs we have? You want me to say that again? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think I heard you. I lost you there in the last piece there, but I think
I'm having computer problems.
Yeah, I think I heard your question. Are there, I think it's relevancy of test and how do we actually test what people are actually going to be doing on the job? So demonstration exams, or we call them in-basket exams, and we actually do that. If people have to respond to conflicting information on the spot, they get an email from a community member. How would you handle that? How do you put together a budget? So we do those type of tests for certain positions already.
Great. And my final question is that all the stakeholders have been consulted. Is that right?
We have consulted with all of the stakeholders that I mentioned in the presentation on numerous occasions, originally for a wholesale overhaul of the charter, and then we pared that down to a more targeted, focused area just on equity in the recruitment and hiring.
Great. Thanks, Lori.
Before we go to a question from Councilmember Hara, council members, just want to point out that when there is a staff presentation involving graphics like the one we just had, and I open up the window to let you be able to read the graphics at a larger scale, that covers the chat window. So that's why I don't always see people who put their names in the chat during that kind of a presentation. Councilmember Hara.
Lori, thank you so much for that presentation. And all I can say is that this is a good beginning. However, there are many things that I believe that might be missing from this and that we didn't cover here. Number one is education. There are versus experience. There are many people that might have a degree, but that do not have the experience that many others might have. And how does that qualify them into this process to make it better for them? I can definitely tell you, okay, in my experience lately with a lot of hiring processes has become very elitist. There is absolutely nothing wrong with people being well educated and having a degree and having that come forward and giving them and appraising them because of that. However, that then does leave a lot of people that do not have that degree or that certificate at a lower disadvantage. That, to me, is more problematic. So how would we be able to address that in order to make sure that those that have not had the privilege to get an education, but that do have that experience to be able to qualify in the same realm?
Yeah.
One. Number two, we also have an age factor that we know that we're not supposed to ask about what their age is, but definitely it does exist. We do have an age discrimination as well, okay? Trust me, I have absolutely nothing against having our youth come in and learn so that way they can take over for us, because we're not going to be here forever and a day. So, yes, we need to teach them how to do this, but we can't take those that do have the experience away and not allow them to also move up and forward just so that we can go ahead somebody younger here. So that's something that I'm also concerned with, okay? When we talk about inequities, that is definitely another. There are many people that have been at a job and that do not test well, and you actually said that already. Yes, totally, but they have the experience. And when they are working, they work far better than those that test at the highest level. There's an inequity right there. How do we address that?
Yep.
So I know that this is not on the measure. However, I cannot sit here and not bring it up because I think that we definitely need to address it when we do talk about those inequities and when we do talk about making sure that we want to bring everyone in so that they can go ahead and keep a job. There's a lot of people that lost their jobs recently that because they've stayed in one department and or in one place, right now, it eliminates them from being able to go out to somewhere else or maybe to another agency and be able to apply because they haven't branched out, because they've been loyal to the one place where they originally worked that yet has just told them that they can't continue because of budget, because of COVID, because of X, Y, and Z. So how do we address that particular disadvantage as well?
Yeah,
if I can jump in, I'm sorry, Ms. Gentle, but that is very appropriate for the discussion we will have when we write an ordinance to revise our procedures. And it's an important part of the thinking of why we may do what we're poised to do tonight. But it's not part of the measure. And we're still at the point of asking questions of staff we haven't yet heard from the public. So I don't want to get too far down that road. If you want to return to it during council discussion, okay, but right now we should just be focused on questions about what is before us on this agenda item, which is the wording of a specific ballot measure. Is that okay?
Absolutely, Mayor. That's why I said, you know, I understand, and those are some questions that I will definitely be asking as we move forward. So thank you so much.
I'm just trying to keep us on process in fairness to all, because I'm sure we all have opinions on this matter, which we will get to express. Are there other questions for staff at this point before we go to a public hearing? I do not see any. So, City Clerk, do we have people waiting to speak?
We do. We have 2 callers.
Let's open the public hearing and hear from them.
This caller needs a Spanish-speaking translator. Transferring Magali Arabella Wiley.
Magali Arabella Wiley, welcome to the meeting. Diane, are you on with us to translate?
Yeah. Okay. Sí, señora Magali, por favor, adelante.
Ok, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Magali Arbea Wiley. Trabajo en el Fermo Miramar como recamarera desde hace 10 años. En el 2011 empecé a trabajar. Desearía poder vivir en la ciudad de Santa Mónica. Desafortunadamente, no podemos rentar o buscar un lugar con bajos con de renta baja, entonces lamentablemente no podemos vivir en esa ciudad y trabajo ahí, y me gustaría que por favor negocien con estos desarrolladores que tienen un proyecto que está listo para construir en este momento y proporcionaría viviendas y empleos.
Señora Magali, ¿su apellido, señora Magali, otra vez?
Arbea Wiley. Arbea, A-R, yes. Arbea Wiley.
Wiley. Okay. Yes, hi. My name is Magali Arbaiwi, and I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel, and I work there taking care of cleaning the rooms, and I've been working there ever since 2011. And what I would really like is that for the city of Santa Monica, we would really like to live in this area, in this place, in this city, but unfortunately, the rent is very expensive, and therefore we cannot live there in the city. I would really appreciate if the developers could negotiate and have housing that is affordable. I know they have different projects, but this would be very helpful if you could negotiate this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
I believe she's actually talking at the wrong agenda item. I believe Ms. Magali was not referring to this agenda item. I believe she was talking about the development.
It didn't
She was
sound.
speaking on 8C, correct.
So what the council will do is we will take that under consideration as public comment when we get to item 8C, and we thank her for her comment. Sure, it wasn't her fault it got out of turn. Things were renumbered on the agenda as the week went on. So we will consider that to be comment then on items 8C will be more appropriate. But meanwhile, we'll continue the public hearing on item 8B, if you would.
Well, I don't see another call in the queue. Let me see if there's one waiting. That was the last caller.
That then closes the public hearing on item 8B. We'll go back to the council, and first is Councilmember McGowan.
Hi, thanks, Lori. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really thorough, and I appreciate all of the information you provided. Thank you. I just had a question about sort of in getting us to this point where this is the best approach to how to amend this now. Why was it determined that this is where we sort of to repeal certain sections to make it more equitable? Just because kind of when I'm looking at the graphics and the information, it seems like there are also, like Anna, I think, was addressing other areas. So I just want to better understand how we landed here as the place to start.
Okay. One way that we got here is through feedback throughout the organization, that this is one of the biggest obstacles that we face. And we also did some data mining. You know, we wanted to validate what people were saying in terms of, does this rule of three and doing the promotional recruitments only, does it artificially limit other people that might have had an opportunity to at least be considered by the hiring authority if it were not for the rule of three? And the team, and Michael can maybe speak to this more thoroughly, but the team went back, the recruiting team, and looked at over 70 promotional recruitments. And just over in the last year and a half or so, we looked at those recruitments that were promotional only, that have the rule of three. And what we saw was that there were a large percentage of those recruitments that were 100% non-people of color. But when you looked further down, like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's when you started to see more people of color. And so we saw that absolutely supports and validates, what we're talking about there. So it's.
And
Yeah,
so,
City Manager Deal got something she'd like to add.
Oh,
I also just wanted to jump in, Councilmember, to point out that this is a priority within the charter. So this is our last date to bring you a ballot measure, and we can only bring a ballot measure every 2 years. So if we were looking at the entire municipal code and all of our administrative instructions, et cetera, which we are doing, this is the real priority within the charter, is the thing I wanted to point out.
okay. I was going to ask a clarifying question, but thank you.
Well, if you have a clarifying question, now is the time for it, because otherwise we're ready for discussion. I think Councilmember Winter is ready to go. If you want to ask your question, though, Councilmember McGowan, now's the time.
I was just curious. So when calling through that data, did it become abundantly clear that the testing itself was potentially the problem? Because I'm just trying to understand the graphic that shows, we're doing pretty well at diversity and initial hiring, but we're not doing well at promotions. And so I just want to make sure that, and obviously this will come later, but that we're getting at the core problem. And I guess that really is a discussion for later. I think this motion alone can start to address the problem, and then we can qualify it later. So I won't take up any more time.
Yeah, just one thing quickly I will say is that, as you may recall in the presentation, we said this was just one piece, and I think it is a critical piece for some of the reasons that the city manager just articulated. But on one of the slides, slide 8, I actually said that there's other pieces of the puzzle that we're looking at. One is the educational requirement that we've heard so much about, and using experience in lieu of education, and some of the other things as well. So, but that doesn't require a vote of the people.
I understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, I just first want to thank Ms. Gentles for an excellent staff report and for expanding on all the different initiatives ahead of us to increase diversity in our workforce. And with that, I'll move the staff recommendation. Put this measure on the ballot.
Second, Himmelrich.
Okay, so that has been moved by Councilmember Winter and seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. Is there any discussion from the council? Yes, there is from Councilmember Hara.
So, again, Lori, thank you. Thank you so much for moving us forward and for ensuring that we do get our diversity in the city. And maybe, I guess, what I would also like to ask is, within this process, where does longevity come in as well? Would that be a conversation for later on, or this question?
I think, are you referring to maybe seniority, which is, is part of that. And so all of that would be discussed. You know, if this passes by the voters, all of that would then be allow us to have the conversation with the bargaining groups.
So in essence, what we are going to elect to put on the ballot is that we change the rules of processing from only having a list where the top 3 are the ones that get the interview, but that we have more than 3. Just want to clarify for everybody.
No, for clarification, the only thing that you are doing is to put a measure on the ballot to remove a portion of the Charter 1107, one paragraph, and the entire 1108 provision in the Charter. That's what you're asking the voters to do. And I see George, and maybe George popped in. I don't know if, George, you wanted to say something there?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the measure as proposed would simply remove language from the Charter. It would not alter the language that is currently in the municipal code that has the same requirements. But it would leave the council then free if this measure passes and removes the language from the Charter, it would leave the council free to make amendments to the municipal code provisions that basically now say the same thing.
Thank you.
I don't see any further discussion from the council. We have a motion and a second, so would the clerk please call the roll on item 8B on the resolution?
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, so the motion passes unanimously, 7-0. We have now passed the resolution and placed the matter on the ballot with specified ballot language. And I'll again be turning it over to the city clerk for the second part of item 8B.
So now we need to have a council member to take the lead on the argument in favor of this ballot measure.
And I'll do that. I'm happy.
All right, we have a volunteer and everybody else is running or has already agreed to write one. So without objection, I think Councilmember Himmelrich will be our lead writer on the ballot measure we've just put on the ballot as item 8B. That concludes item 8B and brings us to what I think a lot of people have been waiting for, item 8C.
Thank you.
Item 8C is the proposed development at 1301 4th Street, Plaza at Santa Monica, and currently there are 34 callers.
So we'll start, of course, with the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor McEwen, council members, and members of the public. My name is David Martin, and I'm the director of the Community Development Department, which now includes the Economic Development Division, which is, of course, the division primarily responsible for this aspect of the Plaza at Santa Monica project. Tonight, I will provide a brief overview of the project and then focus on the questions that are before the council tonight. Next slide. The proposed project site is a approximately 2.5-acre parcel located on Arizona Avenue between 4th and 5th in the heart of our downtown. The site currently contains 2 single-story buildings that each have bank tenants and then surface-level parking. Next slide. This slide shows the timeline of the project so far. So the city purchased and assembled the properties between 2007 and 2010. The council then selected the developer in 2013, and in 2014, the applicant submitted their development agreement application. Since 2014, the council has prioritized community benefits for the project. We've completed the downtown community plan, and we've also completed the draft environmental impact report for this project. Then in February of this year, negotiations with the developer were suspended due to the Surplus Land Act. And then in March, HCD concluded that the site was exempt from the Surplus Land Act. Next slide. This chart shows the components of the project as currently planned. One thing to note is that the chart shows 48 residential units on site. However, if the units were to be provided off-site, the amount of retail space in the project would increase by about 32,000 square feet. And it is likely that the additional retail space would be used for a spa, fitness, or some other commercial use. Next slide. So given the issues with the Surplus Land Act, staff seeks direction from council to either terminate or resume negotiations with the developer. Next slide. So there are 2 options. If council directs us to terminate negotiations, option 1, we would seek direction to make the property available pursuant to the Surplus Land Act, which could include an RFP for a 100% affordable housing project, a RFP for a mixed-use project with a minimum of 300 units and 25% deed restricted. The city could develop the site for municipal purposes. We could also decide to take no action and maintain the current uses on the site. Next slide. Option 2 would be to proceed with negotiations. And if council directs staff to resume negotiations and proceed, staff recommends that council authorize the city manager to enter into an amended and restated ENA that would establish an updated scope and schedule of performance for the project. Also, given the passage of time since council provided direction on the community benefits for the project, staff would request that the council provide updated direction on the priority of community benefits. Next slide. So this chart shows the council priorities as established in 2015, and then the staff recommended priority order as of today. What we've done is we've split the open space, prioritized the main plaza public open space, which is where the ice rink would be located. Affordable housing is still the number 2 priority. We've moved up the ground rent and fiscal impacts in the priority list, given the current fiscal situation with the city as a result of COVID-19. We then have the other open space, so the balance of the open space other than the main plaza, then the cultural amenity, and then finally at the bottom, the public parking. And the lowering of priorities with public parking is a result of the reduced demand for downtown parking since the arrival of Expo and the other shared mobility devices and things that we have in the downtown. Next slide. So in summary, we are seeking direction from council to either, again, terminate or resume negotiations on this project. In addition to myself, available for questions, we also have Jennifer Taylor, who is our economic development manager. We have Jing Yo, who's the planning manager and who has been involved in this project from the beginning. And then finally, we have Kathy Head from Kaiser Marston Associates, who has also been involved in the project since the beginning. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Martin. And council, as you know, we have a fairly large number of people waiting who wish to comment from the public. So I hope we can keep our questions focused on this issue. And Councilmember Himmelrich, you're first.
Thank you. So, hi, David, and thanks for that, Barry. So, what did the property cost?
So I'm going to call on Kathy. Like I said, Kathy's been involved from the beginning and she knows all the numbers. So I'll ask her to answer.
Thanks.
Good evening. This is Kathy Head. I know all the numbers except that number, but if you give me a few minutes, I'll look and I can find it in my files.
Okay. Do you know what it's appraised at? There are two numbers I want what the cost is and what the latest appraised value of it.
Okay, on the appraisal, we haven't had this site reappraised recently, but what we have done is we've done a look at comparables in the downtown for a highest and best use, so with no extra community benefits, particularly not the large public open space and the community serving use, et cetera. And it's about $550 a foot, plus or minus, for the appraised value. I'm not appraised value, estimated value, pardon me.
Who's we, by the way? Who looked at that?
Oh, Kaiser Marston, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So are you with, I'm sorry, you're with Kaiser Marston.
I am. I'm the managing principal of the Los Angeles office.
Thank you very much.
Sure. And I'll keep looking.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. No?
No, we're still waiting for what it costs.
Right, but you're going to keep talking among yourselves, and I'm going to look.
Okay, well, so that $550 a foot times how many square feet? I mean, what's the total? And when did you figure out the $550 a foot?
We were requested within the last month and a half to just make a generalized estimate because we were asked to look at some alternatives and how it might be affected if there was a highest and best use rather than the various restrictions that are being imposed.
Well, but what I'm really asking is if you were going to, so you were looking at that, but if you were going to appraise the property for a potential, let's say, sale of it, the way we bought it, right? Is that what you, that wasn't what you were really doing here?
No, that is what we were doing. That is actually what we were doing, unless what you're saying is an appraiser valuing it based on the assumption that the DCP would be required, so the open space would be required, et cetera, the public benefits. But we looked at it just as though it was just a piece of property being sold in the downtown.
With a 130-foot building on it.
Correct. Just with what could be done by zoning.
Okay. And so what does that work out to in total versus the appraised value?
Okay.
I guess I could do the arithmetic, but
yeah. I'm writing down your questions. If you don't mind, I'll come back to you once I get answers, because I don't want to just start saying things right off the top of my head. But I have all the information, so I will get.
Okay, so I'll keep asking, and David, you're still here, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I have a few other questions for you, although they may be legal questions, but I think not. So right now, David, all the affordable housing is off-site. Is that right? David?
Yes, yes.
And so I've seen estimates that we could build 150 affordable units with this $24 million. Is that what the city thinks?
Those are the numbers that we arrived at. It was based on the similar situation to the project, which is that there would be no land cost for the property. So it assumes that it's a city property, that we have the land already encumbered.
But why? So let me ask you another question. Have you done any estimates of what it would be to build units on land that had to be bought, since basically that's the alternative as I see it?
I can jump in on
I don't
that.
have the, yeah, Kathy would, yeah.
We ran some numbers with both the land being bought at fair market value and the land, and then the land being city-owned land. And the based on the 5 projects that Ann Diego had looked at when we were looking at the site across the street, we looked at the average subsidy that had been paid for affordable units. Then we added in the land value in the downtown to come back to what we thought you could do in an offsite location where you're buying land. And we came to plus or minus 70 units. And that's at a $550 land cost, and that's at a density of 100 units per acre.
So we don't, I have to say, so it's rare for us to do it by acre, since we're low on acres and long on, square feet. So I don't exactly know how to think about that. Okay, but I have a few more questions. Thank you. And so with respect to the options you're giving us, so 1A would be basically just the offer, in other words, a request. I guess what we'd call it is a request for, it's not a request for proposal, really a public offering of the land. Is that right, David?
Yes.
Okay, and then
Yes.
1B is the RFP, right? And that would require that we put 300 units on the lot, right? But we could then and it would need 25% affordability, but are there any other restrictions on what we could ask for in that request for proposal?
Not that I'm aware of, yeah.
So, and then with respect to the parking, is anyone, and I keep bringing this up and I'm going to keep doing it, has anyone considered having all of the parking for downtown, all of it put into this site with all of the revenue from the parking going to us?
Do you mean it increase the amount of parking that's proposed? Is that what you're thinking?
Or decrease the amount of parking that's dedicated to the building and make more parking available generally at a cost?
Yeah, we wouldn't, this is not a place where we'd want on the edges. This would be a place where, we want obviously parking for the project and some public parking to replace what's being lost in terms of convenience for structure 3, but we wouldn't want this to be a large pool of public parking given the location within the middle of downtown.
But so let me add, but it is right off of 4th and 5th Streets, which the freeway feeds right onto, correct?
Yeah, it does come up 5th, but 5th is, because of that, it's a very busy street. There's a lot going on. There's several big projects proposed on 5th. So again, what we'd like to do is look at an option closer to the freeway. For example, the TOD site near the expo station. Those are the kinds of locations we think of for larger pools of public parking.
So is the TOD site accessible from the freeway?
Yes. I mean,
I guess it is directly. You can come right off.
You get right off at
right
5th.
But what
Fourth or
I'm
fifth,
thinking is the Geary Hotel and the Miramar, right, both of which are going to have fair amounts of parking, could be parking at this site and wouldn't need more parking on Ocean Avenue. They're only really a couple blocks away. And they're going to be doing all valet anyway.
Right. Yeah, that's not something we haven't considered that option. Just as an example, one of the objectives with the Miramar is to have their parking on site, and they have it designed so that you could access the subterranean garage on their own property without going out of the street.
What I'm thinking is that as we're asking people and prioritizing having less parking in buildings, new buildings downtown, right, that the parking for those buildings could be here instead of building any parking. So no, okay. I just wondered if anybody had thought about that.
We had not considered that option.
I can jump back in now, if you like. The value that we estimated as the highest use is about $62 million. $61.6 million is $550 a foot. There are a number of factors that went into the acquisition cost. Some of it was financed, some of it's in a lease. There's a couple of different numbers floating around because of present valuing and capitalizing the future payments, but plus or minus $70 million for everything. And there's a deduction for another parcel. So there's.
I'm sorry, wait, you said 61 million plus or minus 70?
No, I'm sorry. I spoke too quickly. So the analysis we did now of what the site would be worth, highest and best use, is $61.6 million. That's $550 per square foot for the 112,000 square feet of land.
So we paid, because I know we paid 70 million for it. So you're
Correct.
saying we overpaid for it by $10 million?
Not even, because what happened is you bought improved property. So you buy improved property, you need to pay for the improvements, even though you're demolishing the improvement. And so the owner of the property who you bought it from needs to be compensated for the interest they've lost. But when you take away the buildings, then you've diminished the value to what just raw land would be worth. So raw land is worth less than improved land.
And did you do this with a value enhancement analysis? Was that how you did it?
Which one?
That calculated the 62 million.
Oh no, we just looked at what people were paying for land downtown. So no value enhancement for additional community benefits. That was the point I was trying to make. This is just what people have been paying downtown for land.
For raw land. So we could sell it tomorrow based on your analysis for 62 million. That's what you're saying.
Plus or minus. You have to keep in mind that
plus or minus what?
Well, plus or minus the economy has changed dramatically in the last 3 months.
Well, so is this 62 million based on prior to the pandemic?
Yes. Now? It's prior to the pandemic.
I may have a few more questions, but I think that does it for me for now. Thank you.
Well, we have lots of council members waiting in line, so I see at least 3 council members: Davis, Hara, and Winter. Councilmember Davis, you're first.
All right. Thanks a lot for the presentation, Mr. Martin. One question I have, and I just want to make sure I'm correct about this, is in the context of a development agreement, we actually, in a rare instance, can request that the developer at least submit part of the commercial development to effectively commercial rent control. Is that right? In other words, charge reduced rents below market rate rents. We can mandate that as part of a requirement in a development agreement, right?
Yeah, I believe we can. I want to confirm that with with George and the attorney's office, but my understanding is that we can do that under the terms of the DA.
And then with regards to your reprioritization of assuming we continue to negotiate with the current developer, you moved the cultural facility down the prioritization list. And my question is, I mean, if we got rid of the because it's my understanding twofold. One is the cultural facility took a fair amount of the ground floor space at the facility, and two, required hefty subsidization from the developer. So if we took out the cultural requirement completely, could we get more open space on the ground or second floor? And also, could we perhaps change the formulation in terms of money that comes back to the city, because there'd be reduced subsidization by the developer for that cultural amenity?
Yeah, we could definitely work with the developer to reimagine that space that was devoted to the cultural facility. So that's definitely doable. In terms of how that would impact the fiscal numbers of the project, it makes sense to me that it would, but I'd also want Kathy to weigh in on that just to be certain, but that would make sense.
This is a similar question to when we looked at taking the affordable housing off-site. So it became a matter when we looked at that. When you look at the staff report, you can see that taking off the 48 units added for bringing in more commercial brought about $7.5 million of value. It's roughly analogous if you just took it dollar for dollar on a square footage basis. The one thing I'd be a bit concerned about is adding more retail space in the environment today is probably not going to have the same kind of bonus it had when we were looking at taking out the affordable housing. So if you looked at office or probably more office, it would add value in all probability.
Well, let me ask you a question, Ms. Marston. Ms. Head, while I have you there, sorry.
Okay.
And your brother, Kaiser Marston, right? But right now, under the current structure, we're requiring the developer to subsidize the cultural amenity. I'm not suggesting maybe that we substitute anything for the cultural space, but just perhaps allow that to create more opportunity for open space, for example, at the ground floor. If we just took that subsidy out of the equation, would that allow then perhaps a different payback to the city, because there'd be more money available because the developer wouldn't be subsidizing the cultural amenity?
Absolutely. And I think one thing to discuss is, because that's an annual payment, is one thing to bring up now is just given the way the land acquisition was structured originally, we're going to, in all likelihood, the city's in all likelihood going to need to ground lease this site no matter what use you put on it. So it really would be a direct dollar for dollar increase in the achievable ground lease payment if that obligation was taken off the developer's books.
And just a couple of other questions, and I think this one's for you, Mr. Martin. So we've been talking about the figure of $24 million in lieu of building the housing on site. Could we structure this as a deal somewhat like we did with 500 Broadway, where instead of the money comes to the city and the city tries to use it to build housing, which seems financially inefficient to me, quite honestly, and we instead have the developer purchase property that can then be, for lack of a better term, doled out to affordable housing developers. So much as we did in 500 Broadway, where they found an off-site site, purchased it, and then they didn't have to pay to develop the housing, nor did the city, but CCSM did that with their financing opportunities. Could we, I mean, it seems to me, $550 a square foot, $24 million buys a lot of land where we could then sort of turn that over to affordable housing developers who would have no land costs. Do we have any analysis of what that might look like in terms of number of units we could produce?
I don't know of any analysis.
Me again?
Oh, go ahead, Kathy.
I'm sorry. That I think is the 90 units.
So $24 million in land. If we bought $24 million worth of land, we could only get 90 units?
Yeah, because there's already in the projects that you've done, in addition to subsidizing land, you've had about $100,000 a unit of direct financial assistance as well.
Right, but I'm talking about not having direct financial assistance.
Understood, but then whoever was the seller of the land to CCSM or et cetera, that land, you need free land plus to make it work. Free land's not enough.
Free land's not enough? Well, okay, maybe that's a discussion we could have, because I thought that what we did at 500 Broadway was pretty much free land, but I could be wrong about that. And then I guess the other question I have, and maybe it's the flip side of Councilmember Himmelrich's question is, I mean, I was wondering if we've given any thought to actually reducing the required parking on the site, given, you know, that we're seeing overall trending downward demand for parking. And it is a site that is relatively not only close to Expo, but to several major bus lines. Have we thought at all about reducing parking at the site, Mr. Martin?
We have reduced it, I think, as you probably recall, from the original number way back when, but we have not looked at going beyond where we're at today.
Okay, great.
So, Councilmember,
that's direction in theory, anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In the staff report to you, the staff has recommended reordering the priorities to move public parking down to the 6th priority. So.
Okay.
All right.
Are you done, Councilmember Davis?
Thank you.
For members of the public who are on hold waiting to comment on item 8C, the public hearing will be coming up. I know you're hearing the William Tell Overture for the 33rd time as music on hold, but right now we're having questions from council members to staff and consultants, and we will get to you in a moment. Next, council members, Councilmember Hara.
So thank you, Mayor McEwen, and thank you, council members Himmelrich and Davis. I think that you asked a lot of my questions. I do have a couple to follow. One, you had a lot of office space that you were going to have in the development, and given the state of affairs that we find ourselves in, how would you justify, or have you given thought about maybe changing the number of office space for retail? Could you, or have you thought about maybe having another usage for it?
Yeah, that's certainly something that we're looking at, given the COVID-19 and the potential impact on office space. Obviously, we don't know yet what that impact will be. We know that there is likely going to be some reduction in the number of people that will work in an office environment. So that could mean that either there's less demand for office space, or maybe some businesses need office spaces just as big as they had before, but they have fewer employees because people need to be further apart. So we don't know exactly what that impact will be yet. The other thing about that is there aren't a lot of office developments proposed or even permitted in Santa Monica. So while there may not be a demand for office space today, in 4 or 5 years when this project is completed, it's possible that the office market could return. And again, we have a fairly constrained supply of office because there just aren't a lot of office developments being built in the city. And the fact that DCP makes it pretty difficult to build anything over 30,000 square feet for a commercial project. So, it's something that we're definitely aware of and are looking at. I would not think it would make sense to replace the office space with retail, though, because I think retail is even more of a challenge going forward than office space, perhaps. But it's possible to look at some other use for that space, but at least looking out 5 years, we think there could still be a demand for the amount of office space that's proposed.
And Mr. Martin, could I be so follow up with a question? Have you thought about putting in any medical office space in there? Has that been a consideration?
We have not looked at that or considered that as an option.
Okay. So I wanted to also ask that I was informed that if we look at an off-site or within the land of the city, if we look at an off-site to build a housing, that would prevent the developer from applying for additional grants.
What type of grants are you referring to?
Or any type of housing grants that they might be able to apply for when developing affordable housing, let's say.
Can I jump in on that, David?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I worked on the site across the street, the one you've just recently RFP'd, and that was the subject of the affordable housing, one of the comparables. That site was RFP'd with the notion that the land would be free, as Councilwoman Davis mentioned before, and that they would be responsible for loan subsidies from other entities. And so I believe it was 9 proposals were received, all of whom promised to do this with no contribution other than land. So I think you can set up your process like that, and because Santa Monica is a very desirable location, you got good proposals for that site. So I think it is possible to say, here's $24 million, how many units can we get? And if I could just take this opportunity, because I've jumped in, Councilmember Davis, I went back and did the math, and $24 million buys you about an acre. And so an acre buys you about 100 units if you do it with no subsidy at all.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Evans. That's it.
Councilmember Wintrow, I believe you're next.
Yeah, first to follow up on Councilmember Hara's question about office space, and potentially 5 years there'll be a demand for office space. I would not want it to be medical office, because that's arguably the highest trip generator office use that we have in this city. But Mr. Martin, given the floor plate design of the building, if the office market did not turn out to be robust in the future, could that space that's right now proposed to be used for office be converted to housing? Do we know?
Yeah, I think
we don't know. It's okay.
Technically, technically it could, but I don't know about just the way the building is designed and how exactly that would work. But that seems possible.
All right, and then I'd like to talk about open space. So your recommendation is if we prioritize this project, if it goes forward, the ground level open space, but not so much the upper level open space. Why is that?
Well, we've definitely wanted to prioritize the ground level main plaza area, because that is pretty much the number one thing we heard through the process. As a community benefit, having a location for the ice rink and nice open space there. The upper level open space, we still think it's nice to have. It's just not as prominent in our minds as the main plaza open space and some of the other features of the project. It might be challenging to activate some of those upper level open spaces, and the developer is proposing to have an ongoing program to activate spaces, but at the same time, upper level open space can sometimes be challenging, and there's a question of how much that benefits the surrounding area and the community.
So what you're saying is that upper level open space would remain in the plans, but it would essentially be privatized for use by just the hotel guests and whoever else. The office space would not be accessible.
No, we would still recommend that it remain accessible. It's just that in terms of priorities, we didn't think that open space was as important as the main plaza open space. That was the reason for splitting the two. Yeah.
And then if we were to pursue the Surplus Land Act option, the DCP rules would apply on something else that might come forward. And my understanding is that means that the 12.5% of the site would have to be public open space at the ground level. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, but I will ask Jing to weigh in on that.
Well, I asked her earlier, so it's a semi-rhetorical question. So.
There you go.
But under the current proposal, what do we have any idea what percentage that ground level plaza would be of the parcel? Higher than 12.5%, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely higher. I don't know the number. I don't know if Jing has any idea.
Okay. And then on the parking, if Jing is here, let's hear the answer.
Oh, are you talking about the current? You mean that the current design, like what?
Yeah, the current design, the ground level plaza. What percentage of that is that of the parcel? Compared to the 12.5% we might get if we went out through the surplus land act.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the total amount of like public open space of it is so what the DCP, if you're asking what the DCP requires, it's 20% of the lot area, and they are at well over that. It's the 31. Let me just do that math. They're at 28%.
Yeah, but I recall in our email you said that the DCP said 12.5% ground level and then another 12.5% elsewhere, which can be balconies and stuff like that, right?
Correct. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the project is slightly over that 12.5% for the ground level.
Okay. And then on the parking, I understand the concerns about not having too much parking. I just wonder whether we contemplated one particular option, which would be that some additional parking would give us the opportunity to do with parking structure number 1 what we're doing with parking structure number 3, which also needs a seismic retrofit. And if we could take that down and replace some parking lost there with parking here, we'd have an opportunity to develop more affordable housing on that side as well. Have you thought about that at all?
Yeah, so the DCP contemplates the reduction of, I think, 600 spaces, which would include 3 and potentially 1. Jing, the details on the DCP parking plan.
Yeah. So within the DCP, I think I know it's been probably about 3 years now, but if you recall when the DCP was adopted, there's a specific policy in there where council directed that there be actually an overall reduction of about, I think it was 600 parking spaces within the downtown core. So that is a policy direction the council has adopted. Certainly, we view the parking structures as an entire system. Within the parking structure 3, the removal of those spaces has already been accommodated by the addition of those spaces in parking structure 6. So in terms of the overall number of spaces, there's sort of a no net loss there. With this particular project, as proposed right now, there are 192 public parking spaces. Now that was at the direction of council's prior objectives for the site for public parking. If there was a shift in that, those 192 spaces could be deprioritized or moved from the project, which would reduce the total number of parking spaces in the project. But, certainly we do view it as a system. So if there was interest in, looking at something like that, that's something that could be considered in the project as part of that solution. But there are about 300 something odd spaces in parking structure 1. So if that were to be accommodated, just keep in mind that would mean increasing parking on this site, which, may not be wholly consistent with council's direction to overall reduce the total number of spaces within the DCP.
But you did mention the DCP contemplates removing 600 spaces. So does that mean we could remove parking structure 1 without having an impact on that plan and creating additional parking somewhere else?
That was council specific policy direction. Obviously we have, coastal commission to deal with and all that, but yes, that was, yeah.
All right. And then finally, a question for Ms. Head. So you must have at some point looked at the developer's pro forma. I'm waiting for your face to pop up. There you are. Hello.
There I am.
When did you most recently look at their pro forma?
They haven't prepared a new pro forma in several years, I would say since 2015, and we haven't updated it probably since 2016.
So clearly, while the pool house design is beautiful, it's also very expensive to build, correct? On a per square foot basis.
Correct.
So I know that our construction costs have gone through the roof during that period. We used to pay for an average water main replacement $2 million. It's now gone to $6 million. I'm assuming their construction costs have gone up just as significantly.
Undoubtedly.
Wouldn't it make sense that if their construction costs are going up, their capital investment has gone up, that reduces the funds that are available to possibly provide community benefits, ground lease payments, et cetera?
Absolutely.
So that's sort of the conundrum we face here, is that the things that we thought we might be able to get out of this project, we may no longer be able to get to the same degree. Isn't that a fair assessment?
I think that is a fair assessment. I think at the same time, before the virus hit, I think also rents had gone up and hotel room rates had gone up, but not at the same pace.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know that Councilmember Himmelrich has a second round of questions, but our council rules say that people get a first chance before we go back to second. So, Councilmember Cowan or Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, do you have questions?
I'll wait for after the public comment. I'd like to hear the testimony.
I feel the same way. I have several written down, but I'm curious to hear from the public first.
Okay, so we'll go to Councilmember Himmelrich.
Well, so actually, Kevin, this time I wasn't in the queue. I don't know why, but I do have one question that I was going to ask later, but I can ask now. And that is
round of questions. You indicated you had more questions you'd come back to
later, that I would come back to after the public comment. What I meant. But let me ask this one question since nobody else did it. Mr. Martin, do we have any idea of how much we would receive from the developer in ground lease payments as the project is currently posed?
I'd ask Kathy to answer that.
As currently proposed, it's a nominal ground lease payment. It's not expected to be a significant number. It's actually
it would be zero, right?
It's effectively zero.
Thank you.
Okay, and I've waited till last and nobody asked this question. Obviously tonight, besides the project itself, we're being asked as the council to address questions having to do with the Surplus Lands Act. And in this past week, we've gotten a number of emails and other correspondence questioning the history and even the veracity of our communications with HCD about this project. So I'm sure that's going to come up in the public comment. Could perhaps our interim city attorney or someone else who's familiar with that correspondence clarify how that correspondence has proceeded and what it contained?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. So there have been public comments that have been submitted and written comments that pointed in particular to a letter from Andy Eagle to the developer in January of 2019, which basically reinstituted negotiations with the developer after the expiration of the written ENA, and a claim made that that information was not accurately conveyed to HCD. The city received a letter after raising the new Surplus Lands Act amendments with the developer. The city received a letter from the developer in December of 2019. That letter actually referenced that January 23rd letter, acknowledged that the written ENA had expired in December of 2015, and noted that the January 23rd letter from Mr. Eagle had noted that negotiations were non-binding and that the city and developer were under no obligation to consummate the ground lease and move forward with the project. That letter from the developer in December of 2019 was actually conveyed to HCD by the city in January of 2020. That same letter to the developer in January 22nd of 2020 expressly stated that the exclusive negotiating agreement that had been entered into in 2014 had expired by its own terms in 2015, but also correctly noted that the parties had continued to engage in negotiations and that the city was not negotiating with anybody else. After those materials were sent to HCD on February 24th, HCD gave a preliminary communication back to the city, advising that the developer had not adequately explained how the exemption for an exclusive negotiating agreement applied to an expired exclusive negotiating agreement, HCD noting that that had expired. After that, in March of 2020, on March 16th, 2020, the developer wrote to HCD and actually provided Andy Agle's January 23rd, 2019 letter as an attachment, acknowledged that that letter had stated that negotiations were non-binding and that the city and developer were under no obligation to consummate the ground lease and move forward with the project, and acknowledged that the written exclusive negotiating agreement had expired. It was after that, on March 24th, that HCD wrote their letter advising that even though they recognized that the written ENA had expired, they were basing their conclusions on the course of conduct between the city and the developer, and the fact that the city and the developers had proceeded for a number of years to continue exclusive negotiations, even though there was not a formal written ENA in place. So that was the course of the communications. HCD was advised that the written ENA had expired. They were provided with Andy Agle's January 23rd, 2019 letter, and it was only after that that they came out with their letter.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. Is that it?
Yeah, that answer your question.
Thank you, Mr. Cardone. I appreciate that clarification because the issue has come up so much. And we're ready now to go to the public hearing on this. I would just remind us that we had a caller earlier tonight who meant to be speaking on item 8C. So let's all in our minds just remember that testimony is part of what we're about to hear. We'll open the public hearing now on item 8C and ask the city clerk if we know how many callers we have.
We currently have 64 callers.
So we're going to be at this for a while, folks. Let's get to it with our first caller.
Transferring Michael Dwight.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next call. Oh, hello? Yeah, I'll come back to that one.
Transferring Jonah Brislow.
Jonah Brislow, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Jonah Breslau. I am calling on behalf of LANE, the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy. I actually used to work as a bellman in Santa Monica, and I lived in Santa Monica for a year, but ultimately I could not afford to stay. And like many other workers who you will hear from, I actually had a voice in helping to plan this project and speak about how this land should be used. And I spoke at hearings years ago, and I'm thrilled, frankly, to see this project return, which combines jobs and green space and housing funding. And I'm proud, especially to work at LANE now, an organization that advocates for sustainable and inclusive development, and to be able to be involved in advocating for a project that has allowed so many working people to have a say and is a model for the region. Please restart negotiations with the developer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Danielle Wilson.
I could not afford.
Danielle Wilson, welcome to the meeting. Your time
like
starts
many
now.
other workers.
Good evening, Mayor McEwen, council members, and staff. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. This project has meant a lot to our members since 2013. The city staff has gone to great lengths to ensure that our members could participate in some of the critical hearings that have led up to this moment, such as holding bilingual informational sessions after work hours. Unfortunately, their input has not always been welcomed by some segments of the community here in Santa Monica. Our members, the hardworking housekeepers, dishwashers, and cooks who live here and have literally helped build the economic engine of this city, have been called outsiders and had their voices delegitimized. I have sat through such hearings myself. That is not what Santa Monica stands for. Our members have sat through hours of hearings to help lend their vision to the concept that is before you tonight. It is representative of everything we fight for in our built environment: access to public green space and a community garden for working people, affordable housing, and cultural programming accessible to all. This project will not only generate much needed revenue for the city, as it was intended for upon purchase over a decade ago, but it is a regional example of development that centers the needs of working people. Please vote to resume negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Michael Soloff.
Michael Soloff, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
This is a moment of truth for Santa Monica and for you. This public land is the single largest resource available to expend on what we as a community and each of you hold dear. What we place on that public land in the heart of downtown will constitute a statement to the world what this city truly values. How you vote will be a clear statement to the voters of what you stand for. I urge you to reject the current project design and to explore instead an alternative project focused heavily on affordable housing and open space. After study and appropriate findings, the land could be declared exempt surplus land and then be put out to bid for these purposes. The legislature has recognized that in today's world, these are the two most important uses for public land near transit, given the affordable housing and the climate change crises. You should do the same. What our community does not hold dear is the upscale office space, luxury hotel rooms, and high-end retail and restaurants promised by the current project. The private sector already provides these in spades, and it's not the taxpayer's job to subsidize more. The project proponents concede as much when they spend all their time touting the $24 million the developers promised for affordable housing and the 80 affordable housing units, that's based on our actual experience, that money could create somewhere else if and only if the state also provides tax credits. But with state tax credits, even more affordable housing could be created on the existing public land, as what Ms. Head referred to in the parking lot shows. And if $24 million is really desired, you can sell part of the public land for that sum and retain the rest. A vote for the current project is a vote for private profit over people and for poor public resource management over smart and transformative management. Please vote no.
Thank you.
This caller needs a Spanish-speaking translator. Transferring Emma Lopez.
Buenas tardes. Yo soy Diana y yo voy a ser su intérprete esta tarde. Por favor, preséntese y diga su nombre, por favor.
Mi nombre es Ima López. Yo apoyo este proyecto y le pido al concilio que reinicie las negociaciones con los desarrolladores. Me importa mucho que esta ciudad tenga hermosos espacios públicos, si bien los parques son maravillosos. El sitio del proyecto está a menos de 10 minutos a pie de Reed Park y Palisades Park. Lo que más necesitamos es viviendas accesibles combinadas con empleos. No podemos permitirnos a renunciar a 20 millones en fondos para viviendas accesibles durante esta crisis viciosa de viviendas, donde 3 personas mueren cada día en las calles del condado de Los Ángeles. Por favor, apoya este proyecto.
Hi, my name is Ima Lopez, and I just want to say that I approve this project, and I want the council to know that I would really appreciate if they would continue to negotiate with the developer. In this city is very beautiful. We do have a lot of public space. We have beautiful parks. We have Reed Park and we also have Palisades Park. And what we also need is affordable housing and we need work. And with the 20 million and all that's, we also need the affordable housing. And I just want you to know that right now, during this pandemic and during this crisis that we are going through, 3 people die daily in Los Angeles, and that's in the city. And I just want you to know that I do approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
I have Spanish speaker Ada Ortiz, who also needs translation.
Aida Ortiz, yo voy a ser su intérprete. Adelante, por favor.
Ok. Mi nombre es Aida Ortiz. Yo quiero opinar sobre el número 7.
My name is Aida Ortiz, and I want to talk about issue number 7. Adelante, señora.
Ok, mi nombre es Aida Ortiz. Yo trabajo en Santa Mónica, en el Fermo Miramar. Y quiero opinar sobre el desarrollo de vivienda que están construyendo allá. Es muy difícil para mí y mi familia encontrar vivienda de bajos recursos. Por eso quiero que, por favor, negocien con estos desarrolladores que tienen el proyecto que está en lista para construir en este momento, para que nos proporcione vivienda y empleos, por favor.
Yes, hi. My name is Aida Ortiz, and I work in the city of Santa Monica at the Fairmont Miramar. And what I want to talk about is with regards to the development and with regards to housing. And I just want you to know that it's very difficult for me to find housing. And I would really appreciate if you would continue the negotiation and the project to continue going forward. And this is for the construction. And it would be we really do need affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
I am transferring Manuel Tartan, who will require translation services.
Señor Manuel, adelante, preséntese, por favor.
Sí, buenas noches.
Good evening.
Hello.
Sí, adelante, por favor.
No sé si ya me toca a mí. Mi nombre es Manuel Tarton.
I don't know if it's my turn, but my name is Manuel Darton.
Yes, Manuel Tarton.
Manuel Tarton.
Yes.
Sí, por favor, hable, señor.
Ok. Mi nombre es Manuel Tarton. Trabajo en el Hotel Doubly Tree de Santa Mónica y apoyo este proyecto y le pido al concilio que reinicie las negociaciones con el desarrollo, con los desarrolladores. Me importa mucho que esta ciudad tenga hermosos espacios públicos. Si bien los parques son maravillosos, el sitio del proyecto está a menos de 10 minutos a pie de Red Park y Palisades Park. Lo que más necesitamos es viviendas asequibles combinadas con empleos. No podemos permitirnos a renunciar a 20 millones de dólares en fondos para viviendas asequibles durante esta crisis viciosa de viviendas, donde 3 personas mueren cada día en las calles del condado de Los Ángeles. Por favor, apoyen este proyecto y les agradezco por la oportunidad. Muchas gracias.
Señor Manuel, ¿dónde trabaja usted? Disculpe.
No sé si se escucha mucho ruido con usted.
No, el empleo. ¿Dónde trabaja usted, señor? Perdón.
Ok. Yo trabajo en el Hotel Doubly Tree de Santa Mónica.
Gracias. Hi, My name is Manuel Tartan, and I want to let you know that I work at the Duty Tree Hotel in Santa Monica. And I just want to let you know that I totally approve this project. And I would really like if you would continue to negotiate with the developers. This project is very important. And the reason why it's very important is because there is so much beautiful public space surrounding us. We have close by, we have the Red Park, and we also have the Palisades Park. And right around this area, it's only a 10 minutes walking distance. What we also need here is affordable housing with employment, and not to quit the $20 million for affordable housing. What we do have is a crisis. We have a crisis on the streets of Los Angeles. 3 people die daily. And I just want you to know that I approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Gracias,
you.
señor. Thank you.
Okay,
Gracias, señor.
bye-bye.
This caller needs a Spanish-speaking translator. Transferring Doris Hausman.
Señora, adelante, por favor. Yo soy su intérprete el día de hoy.
Oh, no necesito intérprete.
Oh,
No
she does not need an
necesito
interpreter.
Okay, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Doris Hausman Kogot, and I have lived in Santa Monica for the past 3.5 years, and I am a member of CLU. I asked the City Council to restart considering negotiations with the developer of the Plaza at Santa Monica project. This project gives us now the opportunity to reimagine what we want our city to be and who can be part of it. This city is a wonderful place, and we are so lucky to live here, but that option is limited to the people who can afford it. This project opens the possibility to create affordable housing paired with jobs. Not only it can provide homes for individuals and families who work in the area, but also bring the desired cultural and economic diversity that are an essential community value in Santa Monica. I understand that a project of this scope is complex, and I am glad the city is including it in today's agenda as something of value that can bring new vitality and energy to the city. For this reason, I would encourage the city to restart negotiations to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm transferring Consuelo Rodriguez, who also needs a Spanish translation.
Señora, buenas noches. Adelante, por favor.
Mi nombre es Consuelo Rodríguez. Apoyo este proyecto y le pido al concilio que reinicie las negociaciones con los desarrolladores. Me importa mucho que esta ciudad tenga hermosos espacios públicos. Si bien los parques son maravillosos, el sitio del proyecto está a menos de 10 minutos a pie de Red Park y Palisades Park. Lo que más necesitamos es vivienda accesible combinadas con empleos. No podemos permitirnos renunciar a 20 millones en fondos para viviendas accesibles durante esta crisis viciosa de viviendas, donde 3 personas mueren cada día en las calles del condado de Los Ángeles. Por favor, apoyen este proyecto.
Yes, hi. I just want to let you know that I approve this project, and I just want the council to continue with the negotiations with the developer. This is very important. Santa Monica is very beautiful. There is a lot of public space, and we do have a lot of parks. And the site is only a 10-minute walking distance from the parks, Red and Palisades. And what we also need is affordable housing with employment, and not only to withdraw of the $20 million. And we need the affordable housing. And also there's 3 people daily that die in the county of Los Angeles. And with this crisis and the pandemic that we are currently living, we do need affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you. Thank you. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you. Good evening.
Transferring Carlos Tavares, who is requesting translation services.
Señor, buenas noches. Adelante, por favor.
Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Me llamo Carlos Tavares y he trabajado en Santa Mónica por los últimos 22 años. Yo he participado en el proceso político por muchos años aquí en Santa Mónica. Y lo que he visto es que la voz de gente como yo es la última que se escucha. Siempre escucho comentarios hablando de la gente que vive aquí, pero nunca se refieren a nosotros. Nosotros también vivimos aquí. Nosotros los trabajadores también somos parte de esta comunidad. Nuestra voz es igual de importante. Y hoy estamos pidiendo que aprueben este proyecto. Muchas gracias.
Yes, hi. My name is Carlos Tavares, and I just want to let you know that I've been working in Santa Monica for the last 22 years. And I also participate and practice a lot of the political issues in Santa Monica. Our voice is very important, but unfortunately, our voice is the last to be heard. Even though we are very important because we work in this community and our voice is important. We are workers, and I just want to let you know that I do approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
This caller needs a Spanish-speaking translator. Transferring Loris Mendoza.
Adelante, señora, por favor.
Buenas noches, mira, mi nombre es Lourdes Mendoza.
Good evening, my name is Lourdes Mendoza.
Vivo y trabajo en Santa Mónica por los últimos 22 años.
I live and work in the city of Santa Monica for the last 22 years.
Yo he participado en el proceso político por muchos años aquí en Santa Mónica.
And I've participated in the political process in Santa Monica.
Y lo he visto es que la voz de la gente como yo es la última que se escucha. Siempre he escuchado comentarios.
The voice of people like me, it's the last to be heard. I've heard comments. Adelante, por favor.
Hablando de la gente que vive aquí y nunca se refieren a nosotros. Nosotros también vivimos aquí.
I've heard of comments about people that live here, but not comments about people like me that we live here. We also live here.
Nosotros también somos parte de la comunidad y nuestra voz es igual de importante.
We too are part of the community, and our voice is very important as well.
Y hoy estamos pidiendo que aprueben el proyecto de la 5 y de Arizona.
And today I am asking for this project to be approved, the project on 5th in Arizona.
Thank you.
Adelante, señora. Gracias, señora.
Sí.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut her off if she has more to say.
Señora, ¿tenía algo más que decir? Disculpe, no la quisimos interrumpir. ¿Ya había terminado?
Todo.
No, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias, señora.
Transferring Maria Stevenson.
Maria Stevenson, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Still talking.
Hi, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Hello, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Maria Stevenson. I've been living in Santa Monica for 14 years, working in Santa Monica for 30 years. And my kids went to Santa Monica High School, and then they went to SMC. And I've been living here, and it's so beautiful because where I live to my work is 5 minutes away. So I approve for this project that's been going on for a long time, and I hope you guys approve this project. So it's gonna bring spaces, it's gonna bring parks, and it's gonna bring jobs for all the people that live here. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You as well.
This caller needs a Spanish-speaking translator. Transferring Marina Cepeda.
Adelante, señora, por favor.
Mi nombre es Marina Cepeda. Trabajo en el Love Santa Mónica. Tengo 15 años trabajando allí.
My name is Marina Cepeda, and I work at Lowe's Hotel in Santa Monica, and I've been working there for 15 years. Adelante.
Sí.
Continúe, por favor.
Desearía poder vivir en Santa Mónica. Es difícil para mí y mi familia encontrar vivienda.
For me, in order to live in Santa Monica and to find housing for myself and my family, it's very difficult. Adelante.
Por favor, negociar con estos desarrolladores. Tienen un proyecto que está listo para construir en este momento, que proporcionaría viviendas y empleos.
Please negotiate again with the developer with regards to the project, because what we do need here is affordable housing and work. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
Gracias.
Transferring Rosa Vasquez, who is requesting translation services.
Adelante, señora. Señora, ¿está ahí? Adelante, por favor.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rosa Vázquez.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Vázquez.
Trabajo para Lowe's Hotel Santa Mónica desde 2007.
My name is Rosa Vasquez, and I work at Lowe's Hotel in Santa Monica, and I've been working there ever since 2007. Adelante, por favor.
Y deseo, pues, vivir en Santa Mónica porque es muy difícil para mí y mi familia buscar renta, pues, aquí en Los Ángeles. Como trabajo para allá, para Santa Mónica, la vivienda me hace muy difícil encontrar vivienda acá.
Yes, I would like to live in Santa Monica, and I would really like to live here with my family. It's very difficult for me to find housing in Los Angeles because I work over here, And in Los Angeles, it's very difficult to find housing. Adelante.
Por favor, les pido al concilio negociar con este proyecto o desarrollar un proyecto para construir viviendas y empleos y hoteles. Gracias.
Please, I ask the council to please negotiate the project with the developers. And because what we need over here is housing, we need work, and we also need hotels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Transferring Claudia Curiel, who is also requesting translation services.
Adelante, señora.
Sí, mi nombre es Claudia Curiel. Yo apoyo este proyecto y le pido al concilio que reinicie, por favor, las negociaciones con los desarrolladores, como muchos de los opositores a este proyecto. Me importa mucho que esta ciudad tenga hermosos espacios públicos. Este proyecto promete crear decenas de miles de pies cuadrados de ellos. Si bien los parques son maravillosos, el sitio del proyecto está a menos de 10 minutos a pie de Reed Park y Palisades Park. Lo que más necesitamos es vivienda accesible durante esta crisis viciosa de viviendas donde 3 personas mueren cada día en las calles del condado de Los Ángeles. Por favor, apoye este proyecto. Gracias.
Hey, I approve this project. I would really like for you to continue negotiating with the developer. This place is very important. Here in Santa Monica, it's very nice. We have a lot of parks. And what we do need is housing, and what we also need is employment and affordable housing. And due to the pandemic and the crisis that 3 people died that in the city of Los Angeles. And I just want you to know that I approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Transferring Carlos Martinez.
Carlos Martinez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Okay, hi, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Like I said, my name is Carlos Martinez. I work at the Meridian Delfina Hotel as a housemate since 2016. And I wish I could live in Santa Monica, but it is hard for me and my family to find housing. I commute from Inglewood, and sometimes on 4 or 5 days it's unbearable due to traffic. And even if I drive down Lincoln, it's almost the same result. Please negotiate with these developers. They have a project that is ready to go right now, and that will provide housing and jobs. That will complete my time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Transferring Becky Warren.
Becky Warren, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Great, thanks. My name is Becky Warren, and I live at 2021 Ocean Avenue, and I am the incoming chair of the Board of Directors for the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here to voice our support for the Plaza project and encourage the city to continue to move forward with the project. As a resident, I personally support this project that was thoughtfully put together and will provide a catalyst for good-paying jobs and further enhance our quality of life here in our city. As incoming chair of the Santa Monica Chamber, we support this project as there's huge revenue potential for the city and significant public benefits such as affordable housing that we desperately need more of in our city. The developer has engaged in a 7-year process with the city that we believe should continue so that the project, which we believe is needed more than ever, can finally come to fruition and be a long-term benefit to our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Kathy Knight.
Kathy Knight, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Miss Knight?
Yes, this is Kathy Knight, and I've been living here. Yes. Thank you.
You're in the meeting. Turn down your computer because there's a delay. It'll get you lost.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I've been living here for over 30 years, and I'm concerned about the overdevelopment going on in our city and the huge developments being built straight to the curb practically with not even trees anymore. And I would really like to see this land as such a treasure that it's publicly owned land, that we control it. To have the development, not be development maybe 20%, but 80% open space and different things so we can enjoy the city. And I would urge that you not go over 20% on development, and we don't need another 11-story hotel here. And I would just like to see that don't continue negotiations with the developer, but save this open land and build. You could build something that's not quite so overwhelming as 11-story hotel, and just make it a place where we could enjoy it in the city. We do need open space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Hugo Romero.
Hugo Romero, you're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor McCowan and City Council members. My name is Hugo Romero with the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, AFL-CIO, and on behalf of President Ron Herrera and our 800,000 members, many of which live and work in your city, as we've heard tonight, we want to express our strong support for moving forward and resuming negotiations for the Plaza at Santa Monica project. At a time where the federal government is failing to meet the needs of workers and communities, local municipalities and the projects created locally are more critical than ever. And we believe that the Plaza project will help advance our mission to support workers through its mix of green space, affordable housing, tax revenue, and of course, jobs. These type of projects help set model precedent and standards across the region. And lastly, according to the estimates by the developer, the Plaza project will generate about $7 million in revenue for the city at a time where budget deficits are expected in a post-COVID era across California and the nation. So it's our hope that the city restart negotiations with developers and move this project forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Laurel Rosen.
Laurel Rosen, you're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Laurel Rosen, President of Santa Monica Chamber here. So I'd like to speak for a moment, if I may, in support of the Plaza project. Now more than ever, the Plaza is needed to be a part of our city. Our business community has been reeling as a result of the pandemic and the recent civil unrest. We need the city to support projects that will benefit residents and businesses for our future. This is a project that will benefit downtown. We need more open space, more cultural programming, and more affordable housing. This will provide $24 million in affordable housing in the downtown Santa Monica. This will also bring in more jobs when we need them the most. The Plaza at Santa Monica will serve as a revenue stream for the city and generate hundreds of new jobs, adding 850 full-time jobs, $48 million in annual employment, implementing local hire, and over 1,200 construction jobs. The project has support of the local building trades and the business community. This is a win-win. Please, let's look forward and support and invest in projects that will benefit Santa Monica now and for our future. Please, support restarting negotiations on this project, and please move this closer to completion. I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you.
Additionally, there is about a 1 or 2 minute delay.
Transferring Liliana Hernandez. Sorry about that.
Liliana Hernandez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Liliana Hernandez. I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel since 2012 as a housekeeper. I support this project and ask the City Council to restart negotiations with the developers. Like many of the opponents of this project, I care deeply about the city having beautiful public spaces. This project promises to create tens of thousands of square feet of them. While parks are wonderful, the project site is less than 10 minutes walk from Red Park, Mrs. Park.
Thank you.
Transferring Gigi Deportales.
Gigi Deportales, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Liliana Hernandez.
Hello? Hi, your time starts now. Turn down your computer because there's a delay and it'll...
Hi, this is Gigi Deportales, and I am a resident of Santa Monica for the last 25 years and until recently working here. And I just want to encourage the council to go ahead with the Plaza at Santa Monica. And that is because there is so much to be gained from this project. They've worked so closely with the city and with the community and the arts organizations, and it would bring many, many jobs and a lot of green space and a lot of community benefits, and there would be a great asset to all of Santa Monica. So please, please, I urge you for all the community to move ahead with working with Plaza. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Transferring Alan Wall.
Alan Wall, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, councilors. Tonight, I urge you to stop further negotiations on this project. I think the economic forces that drive our city are far from clear. Will tourism return to pre-COVID levels? What effect will Santa Monica's recent unrest have on tourism? And what is the future of commercial office space? I know my firm leases 700,000 square feet of office space scattered around 6 states and 13 offices. Right now, they're mostly empty, and we've carried on business as usual from our homes over the last 4 months. I can tell you we are evaluating and reimagining our needs for all this space. And if we are, you can bet businesses all over the country are doing the same. And when will customers flock to retail stores again? This project was imagined at a time when pandemics were unthinkable. What worked in the past may or may not work in the future. Our world has changed, and we need to change with it. The cost of getting this wrong is unimaginable. Let's reimagine the future of this property when the path ahead is clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Diana Gordon.
Diana Gordon, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Your legacy is attached to tonight. One of your most important responsibilities is as stewards of our public land to see that you get the best project for the city and residents, one we can be proud of. The requirements of the Surplus Land Act give you that opportunity now to secure bids for a superior project with more affordable housing and open space use. Fair to the developer, they can bid too. There's no escaping the Surplus Land Act. We now know that this developer did not want another ENA after it expired in 2015. It didn't want public scrutiny or controversy over this project. We know the developer misled the state agency by concealing these facts. And we also know that you have no current financials after years of negotiations. to be able to rely on this project ever being built or having sufficient revenues to service the debt on the site or meet the city's long-term financial needs. Do you really want to continue negotiating with this developer and force your own citizens to sue you in order to get the benefit of a state law that's designed to encourage projects on public land that include reasonable amounts of affordable housing and open space? That's reputational harm indemnity can't fix. If you choose to plow ahead, you will eventually hit the public buzzsaw that defeats it years from now. How is that a good outcome for you, the city, or the developer? Or do you choose to pause and follow the law? It's not a lengthy process. See if a fair and competitive process yields a superior project, one that will be a lasting source of community pride. Your legacy is attached to tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
This caller requires a Spanish-speaking translator. Transferring Doris Romero.
Diana?
Doris.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello. Un momento. Diana,
Señora.
your line is freezing.
Mm-hmm.
Un momento, Doris. Diana,
Okay.
we're not, okay. We weren't hearing you. Go ahead.
Señora Doris, permítame.
Diana?
Hello.
Hello. Un momento.
Sí, hello. Okay.
Hello. Yeah, un momento.
This is Diana. Señora,
go ahead.
This is Diana, the interpreter. Señora, adelante, por favor.
Mi nombre es Doris Romero y trabajo en el Doble Cruz Santa Mónica. Ahorita estoy en desempleo por 20
Ms.
años.
Romero?
Trabajo. Yes. Y apoyo este proyecto y le pido al concilio que reinicie las negociaciones con los desarrolladores. Me importa mucho que esta ciudad tenga hermoso espacio.
I've been working in the city of Santa Monica for 20 years, and I approved this project. I just want the council to continue negotiating with the developer. It's very important. Adelante, señora.
Así, me importa mucho que esta ciudad tenga hermosos espacios públicos. Si bien los parques son maravillosos, el sitio de proyectos que están menos de 10 minutos a pie.
Yes, it's very important because of the public space. And also, this city is very beautiful. And it's a walking distance. Adelante.
Que tiene maravillosos parques en el sitio del proyecto a menos de 10 minutos a pie, como Resenpar, Policides de Par, los más necesitamos vivienda.
Yes, I just want you to know that the parks are very beautiful and the site is very beautiful, and it's only a 10-minute walking distance from the Redwood Park and the Palisades Park. Sí, señora, adelante.
No permitamos a renunciar a estos 20 millones de fondos para viviendas.
Yes, we need affordable housing, and please let us from the $10 million for funds for housing. Adelante, por favor.
Durante esta crisis valiosa de viviendas donde trae muchas personas que mueren cada día en las calles del condado de Los Ángeles, por favor, yo apoyo este proyecto.
And due to the crisis that we currently have, and with the homes, currently people die in Los Angeles County, and I also approve this project. ¿Es todo, señora?
Sí, yo estoy apoyando este proyecto. Mi nombre es Doris Romero de Los Ángeles, California.
Yes, and I am supporting this project. My name is Doris Romero from Los Angeles, California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
Transferring Elizabeth Vandenberg.
Elizabeth Vandenberg, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Elizabeth Vandenberg, Wilmont resident. I'd request the city take a step back on this project and review the history as well as the current environment we find ourselves in. In 2015, the council prioritized 5 project objectives: public open space, affordable housing, cultural space, public parking, and ground rent and fiscal impacts. These objectives have been pursued for the last 5 years, but the existing information is not clear that any of them has been achieved. The project proposes 42,000 square feet of open space, but is it truly public open space, or is it private space available only to the public when the developer gives access? True public open space would have the characteristics of our parks, and without private security deciding who can be there or not. The project includes only 48 on-site affordable residences. This should be doubled because it is a large site development. The $24 million proposed in lieu of on-site units should not be considered based on the DCP and economics. The developer has committed to a below market rate for the cultural space. The staff report points out that the long-term feasibility will be difficult because of the pandemic and the lack of identification of any tenants. The public parking spaces have gone from a minimum of 339 to 192 currently. The growing demand for street curb space, from retail deliveries to outside dining parklets, challenges the availability of street parking. Is this the right direction for parking given what we have recently experienced? To date, we have seen no updated financials regarding the revenue from the ground rent, profit sharing, or updates of estimated local taxes for what could be a 99-year lease. As well, the open space programming will incur a deficit of $1.2 million a year. These objectives, the guide to the success of this project, have either not been transparent in their information, have not been achieved, or have been changed with a little analysis of impact. Cease negotiation with this developer, go back to the drawing board and obtain public input on how we should use public land with the caveat not everything has to pay for itself, and maybe keeping a majority of this site as public open space makes good sense, like libraries, police.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Flora Cerón, who is requesting translation services.
Adelante, señora.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Flora Cerón. Trabajo en el Hotel DoubleTree Santa Mónica como recamarera. Tengo 24 años trabajando allí. Siempre he deseado vivir en Santa Mónica, pero es muy difícil para vivir allí con mi familia. La vivienda es muy cara y me toca manejar mucho todos los días. Soy una madre soltera, vivo con mi madre, mis nietos. Por favor, que negocien con estos desarrolladores, y tienen un proyecto que está listo para construir en este momento que proporcionaría vivienda y empleo. Estoy hablando sobre el proyecto de la Quinta y Arizona. Muchas gracias.
Yes, hi. My name is Flora Cerón, and I work at the DoubleTree Hotel. And I do the maintenance to the rooms. and I've been working there for 24 years. I just want you to know that Santa Monica is very difficult to live there. And I also drive a lot daily. I am a single parent. I live with my mother and my grandchildren, and I would really appreciate if you would negotiate again with the developer. What we really do need is affordable housing, and we do need more work. So please continue the negotiations, and I am referring to the project that's on 5th in Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Mary Marlowe.
¿Es todo, señora?
Mary Marlowe, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Hi, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Mary Marlowe, and I'm about as exhausted as some of you look. This is going to be a long evening, I can tell. And I have to say, I'm shocked that you're trying to revive a white elephant. Just from the comments that several council members have made about parking, about affordable housing, about cultural uses, this project is just not fitting Santa Monica as it is. I don't understand why you're not starting fresh and saying this is surplus land and let's, ask for the project we want. This obviously isn't it. I also wanted to talk about risk. These are really sophisticated developers, and their job is to get undervalued properties, get approval, develop them, and then sell their interest. Their whole interest is making a profit. It's not supplying affordable housing. It's not supplying cultural services. It's profit, profit. And if they get the same deal that Village Trailer Park had, they're likely to sell this just as they did. So I think you need to think about the risk, and I hope you'll think about protecting the city and the residents of this city rather than basically saying, gee, we want to make sure we're knocking ourselves out for a developer who's not giving us the project we want. I must say I'm tired and disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Norman Culla.
Norman Culla, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Norman Culla of 162 Wadsworth Avenue in Ocean Park. I speak just for myself as a resident who loves Santa Monica. These parcels are central to downtown, and over the years you've determined that open space was the #1 priority. And as you've made clear tonight, you're also substantially focused on generating public revenue. Fortunately, the project, as the consultant stated, has no updated pro forma, and as one of the council members brought out, the ground lease revenue is negligible. So you're not achieving anything that is going to give you that public revenue with any reasonable certainty. You simply have don't have a feasible project in front of you. You just have steps in a process to follow. And you have a choice to make. You trust this developer. Is the developer so committed to your city purposes that you want to continue to work with the developer? Or is it time to start anew, to recognize that this is a reset moment, to avoid the litigation that's been threatened by the other members, and not to ignore the facts that you don't have something to say yay or nay to, but you're back to the starting point for this project. So take a deep breath, invite the public and all the developers, including the current one, to make proposals that address your city priorities for open space and for public revenue, with all the current constraints and opportunities that you have at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Mario Fronda Bonrady.
Mario Fonda Bernardi, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Okay, hi, this is Mario Fonda Bernardi. I'm speaking to you as an individual. And there's a couple things about this building that are not very good for our city. Hi, I'm speaking as an individual. Yes, I'm speaking as an individual.
We can hear you. Turn down your computer because there's a delay and it's going to throw you off.
The problems with this building are numerous. There is the problem, obviously, that the building is way oversized, and it does not help. There is not much for us in this building. It's a building that's providing all these things like retail, office, and hotels, which there's very little demand for. It's a copy of an older building, and in fact, flooding the market with all this housing that is not affordable because it's really way up beyond our reach, and also providing a building that is so oversized, it really works against us. But the biggest problem is that in the last 5 years, we've approved or built or are under construction with 1,400 units, and that corresponds to about a 2,500 person increase in the population downtown, which would require about 4 additional acres of open space to absorb at the pitifully low ratio of open space our city currently has. So this building is just occupying most of the site, taking away the open space we want, and the open space that is essential for surviving things like the coronavirus, because our ability of our residents to stay indoors for weeks and weeks and weeks depend on them having these safety valves where they can get out in enough open space to move around safely. This building, the way it's designed, gets rid of that and provides the minimum required open space to meet the program, but doesn't require the open space required to meet the needs in the future. And that's just regarding the buildings that are already approved in the pipeline in the last 5 years. Finally, this is a bad deal. It doesn't work for us financially, and we should move on to the kind of building which would be affordable housing on a certain small portion of the lot, and the rest of it should be open space. And the opportunity to redo the pro forma and the program of this building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Christina Navarro.
Christina Navarro, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Okay. And I have to say my name again?
No, you can start speaking.
Oh, okay. Good evening, City Council. And I live in Santa Monica I am the resident in Santa Monica for 5 years. And I am support to the project AC. And I asked to the City Council to I asked to the City Council to rest into negotiation with the develop, and I care reply about this city housing beautiful and public area space. The project permits to create job of the houses in square feet. Then park are with a beautiful place, and it's less to the 10 minutes to walk to work. And Palisade Park, what we this month is harbor housing, and first we job with cannot to offer to forget 20 million in funding. And we need to have this project because it's a parking around to the neighbor.
Thank you. Your time is now
close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Sandra Ramirez, who requires translation services.
Adelante, señora, por favor.
Mi nombre es Sandra Ramírez. Apoyo este proyecto y le pido al concilio que reinicie las negociaciones con los desarrolladores. Me importa mucho que esta ciudad tenga hermosos espacios públicos. Si bien los parques son maravillosos, el sitio del proyecto está a menos de 10 minutos a pie de Reed Park y Palisades Park. Lo que más necesitamos es vivienda asequible combinada con empleos. No podemos permitir ni renunciar a 20 millones en fondos para vivienda asequible durante esta crisis de vivienda donde 3 personas mueren cada día en las calles del condado de Los Ángeles. Por favor, apoyen este proyecto. Gracias.
Yes, hi. My name is Sandra Ramirez, and I approve this project. I just want the council to continue negotiating with the developer. This is very important. The city of Santa Monica is beautiful because of the public spaces. We have beautiful parks. The site is less than 10 minutes walking distance from the parks, Redwood Park and Palisades Park. What we need is affordable housing with employment. I don't want to, let's not give up the $20 million in funds. What we need is affordable housing. And right now with this pandemic that is going on, 3 people die daily on the streets of Los Angeles. Please, we do need this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Transferring Zena Joseph.
Zena Joseph, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Council members and Mayor McEwen, I emailed you a letter earlier today from the Friends of Sunset Park Board asking you to terminate the negotiations, but I'm speaking only for myself tonight. Economist Paul Krugman in today's New York Times wrote that America's response to the coronavirus has been a lose-lose proposition. Premature reopening led to a surge in infections. Adjusted for population, Americans are currently dying from COVID-19 at around 15 times the rate in the European Union or Canada. The rocket ship recovery Donald Trump promised has crashed and burned. Job growth appears to have stalled or reversed, and early indications are that the U.S. economy is lagging behind the economies of major European nations. So we're failing dismally on both the epidemiological and the economic fronts. I noticed in the written comments posted online included a summary of COVID-19 economic recovery prognostications. For example, the UCLA Anderson forecasts, quote, key assumption is abatement of pandemic and minimal new lockdowns, end quote. Medical experts forecast that there will be a vaccine by the end of this year, but there's no guarantee that any of the vaccines currently being tested will actually be safe or effective. So any economic predictions that all will be well by the fourth quarter of 2022 or 23 or 24 seem to be using crystal balls clouded by wishful thinking that demand for hotel and office space will be back to normal. I think this seems unlikely, and I therefore urge you to terminate the negotiations for this huge hotel and office space project. Thank you.
Thank you.
This caller requires a Spanish-speaking translator. Transferring Licia Rivas.
Adelante, señora, por favor.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Ligia Rivas. Trabajo en Lowe's Santa Mónica Hotel como recamarera desde marzo del 2012. Mi punto es que yo desearía que poder vivir en Santa Mónica, porque es difícil para mí y mi familia encontrar vivienda, ya que soy madre y tengo 2 niños pequeños, en donde se me hace difícil encontrar una vivienda que sea accesible a mi alcance, porque yo quisiera que mis hijos puedan crecer con más libertad y seguridad, como lo es en la ciudad de Santa Mónica, en un ambiente más tranquilo, donde caminar hacia la escuela o el parque sea algo que disfruten y se sientan felices. Por favor, sigan con las negociaciones con los desarrolladores que tienen el proyecto, que está listo para construirse en este momento, que proporcionaría más viviendas y empleos para muchas personas. Muchas gracias.
Señora, su nombre es Ligia, perdón, su apellido.
Rivas.
Gracias. Hi, good evening. My name is Ligia Rivas, and I just want to let you know that I work in the city of Santa Monica. I work for the Lowe's Hotel, and I do housekeeping, and I've been there ever since March 2012. I also want you to know that I would like to live in the city of Santa Monica, and I would like my family to live here as well. I am a mother, and I have 2 small children, and it's very difficult to find affordable housing, and that is what we need. And I would really like to live in the city of Santa Monica. I would like my children to grow up here. I would like for them to go to school and go to the parks. And the reason is because it's more calm over here. And therefore, I would appreciate if you could continue with the negotiations with the developer, so that way they can continue and they can do the construction as it's very close. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Transferring Levi Natareno, who requested translation services.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches. ¿Se puede identificar, por favor?
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Levi Natareno. Vivo en Santa Mónica y trabajo en Lowe's Hotel. Estoy orgullosa de vivir y trabajar aquí. No podría vivir acá sin mi trabajo en un hotel que tiene excelentes salarios y beneficios. Por favor, inicien las negociaciones con los desarrolladores de este proyecto. La Plaza Mónica va a proporcionar a muchos trabajadores la oportunidad de conseguir buenos empleos y vivir como yo en esta área, en la linda ciudad. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Letty. Letty, ¿cómo le dicen Letty? Perdón, ¿tu apellido?
Letty Natareno.
Gracias. Hi, my name is Letty Natareno, and I work for the Lowe's Hotel here in Santa Monica. And I really enjoy my job. I am very happy to work there because we have excellent salary and we also have really good benefits. And I would really like for you to continue with the negotiations with the developer for this project. In Santa Monica, that would provide a lot of work for other people. And many people like me that live here in Santa Monica, they could live here. Please continue. I approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been doing Spanish back and forth.
Transferring D. Menzies.
D. Menzies, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McEwen and City Council. My name is Dee Menzies, and I am a lifelong resident of Santa Monica. I've been involved as an educator and business person in the community of Santa Monica for many decades. I urge the City Council to restart negotiations on the Plaza at Santa Monica project. Our city is in crisis, and we need to explore every single revenue option that can protect the services that we all love. I'm proud to support the Plaza at Santa Monica, not just because we need revenue, but also because it will be providing affordable housing and union jobs. Please vote to restart negotiations now. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Transferring Francis Engler.
Francis Engler, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, Mayor McEwen, members of the council. This is Francis Engler. I'm the California Political Director with Unite Here Local 11. I agree with one of the first speakers who said that the vote that you take tonight will be a statement to the world of our values as a city. I just disagree about what conclusion to draw from that idea. I believe that you're about to make a statement of our values to the world with one of the two choices that you'll make. Your one choice is to vote for a shovel-ready project that integrates beautiful design, affordable housing, good jobs, innovative green space, including, I don't want to leave behind the second level green space, which is, I think, one of the great parts of the project, and the office space, which this developer has been transparent and straightforward about from the beginning that they needed as part of the mix of this project. This project is everything that is the best about Santa Monica, and building on a vision of urbanism where someone can walk to work in a beautiful place and have access to a great quality of life. The other option that you would be voting for is delay. And I think that that would be its own statement of values. There is a politics in Santa Monica that is skeptical of all development, and that politics has not been a real friend of the housing and jobs for working people. It has not been a friend for a truly inclusive community that we want to fight for. If you voted for delay, if you voted for starting over, if you voted for more steps backwards, you would be leaving behind hundreds of working people who've commented again and again and hearing
Thank you. Your time is up.
2013.
Thank you.
Transferring Dave Rand.
Dave Rand, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Council. This is Dave Rand, Land Use Council to the Plaza Development Team. Council, when the Surplus Land Act first arose, you took the very conservative but prudent step of suspending the negotiations with the Plaza team and asking the Housing and Community Development Department in Sacramento if the new state Surplus Land Act amendments applied to this project. You did that because, as was stated on the record that evening, HCD is the state agency charged with interpreting and enforcing this particular law. When HCD conducted its review, it was focused on whether, after the written exclusive negotiating agreement expired in 2015, whether the parties continued their ongoing, uninterrupted, continuous, and yes, exclusive negotiations. The facts completely bear out that the answer is yes. The city did not work with any other developers during this time other than Claret West and DLJ. An EIR was published, the project description of which analyzed only this particular project. The EIR was paid for by only this applicant. The council held multiple closed session discussions after the expiration of the written ENA, discussing business terms between these specific parties. And when the city terminated negotiations in February, it didn't do so with a handful or group of developers. It did so specific to this one particular applicant. Now, HCD conducted this review based on a lot of factual information, key documentation, and yes, key correspondence between the applicant and the developer, all of which was provided to HCD before they issued their determination. And that's been disclosed to you as part of our July 8th submission. So the notion that the developer misled HCD, that key information was omitted, may be a convenient political narrative, but it's totally factually inaccurate. Ultimately, HCD...
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Mr. Rand, if you'd stay on the line, though, we have a question for you from Councilmember Himmelrich.
Sure.
Hi, Dave. How's it going?
Hi, Councilwoman.
So you spoke to HCD in February, is that right?
Correct.
And who was on the phone?
HCD's lawyers were on the phone, and some of their policy people.
And you?
Yes.
No one from the city?
No.
And can you tell me what, so when people are talking about this being a shovel-ready project, is it shovel-ready?
Well, a considerable amount of work has been done to get us to that point.
This is a yes or no question, Dave. You're a lawyer. You get it. Is it shovel-ready?
It's ready to be approved. It's ready to go through the public process, but it's still...
And when do you think, excuse me, when do you... Sorry, I get to ask the questions you have to answer. And when do you get to... When will we see a shovel in the ground on this project?
Well, probably not for, I'm guessing, 2 years from now, and then construction will take probably 3 years to complete. So the project will be ready to open in 5 years is our estimation.
Okay, and with respect to the affordable housing, what you're proposing to do is give us $24 million, and then we build the housing and find the land. Is that right?
Well, there are different ways to do it, and you can set the priorities, as you know, Councilwoman. But yes, we've discussed the $24 million payment, and what we've heard from affordable housing advocates in the city is that that money could be best spent acquiring new land, perhaps in the downtown area, that could then be, the site for new 100% affordable projects that could be built with tax credits. So it was a result in net new affordable units for the city. That's one way to go. There are other options, but that's one that's gotten particular traction among some of the affordable advocates in the community that we've spoken with.
But what I'm asking is a little different. So, for instance, we did a project at 500 Broadway where they bought the land for their project. They bought the land for the affordable housing project. They hired the designer for the affordable housing project, and then CCSM used tax credit dollars to build it. But you aren't supplying the land or doing the design. All you're doing is throwing the money at the project. Is that right?
Well, the idea is the money would be there to purchase the land to do a similar sort of deal as was done with 1626 Lincoln and 500 Broadway.
Yes, except that in 500 Broadway and in the Lincoln project, it was on private land, not public land. Isn't that right?
Right, but but I don't know that
that's all.
Here.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll return to the public hearing. Go on.
Transferring John C. Smith, who's calling to speak on behalf of the Recreation and Parks Commission for 3 minutes and 1 minute on behalf of himself.
John C. Smith, welcome to the meeting, and your time starts now.
Yes, hi, Council.
Go ahead. Your time starts now.
Yes, Mayor, do I have 3 minutes to speak on behalf of the commission and then 1 for myself, or how much time do I have? Sorry.
That was just announced that you have 3 minutes for the commission and 1 for yourself, and be careful about the buffer delay because it'll confuse you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm John C. Smith. I served on the Recreation Parks Commission for about 6 years, including 3 as chair. The commission selected me to speak to you tonight on their behalf about our actions on this issue. Essentially, it comes down to one question: what to do with public land purchased with public money, presumably for public uses in the heart of our city. Residents and community members have been telling us commissioners what to do for years through their calls, their conversations, their emails, and social media. We've listened, and that's why we've acted 3 times in 4 years on this issue. First, in 2017, as part of the Downtown Community Plan, we asked the council to devote 2/3 of the site for public open space. Then again, in 2019, as part of the EIR for the project, we weighed in. And then finally, last month, at a meeting that we had to fight to get, we voted unanimously again to recommend that you not resume negotiations, that the site be devoted to public uses, and that you direct staff to explore all options possible to make that happen. Council, this is not a good deal. You do not have a development agreement. You don't even have an active ENA. You have essentially like a promise ring, and now that SLA, the Surplus Land Act, says that it's not possible. You made the right move several years ago when you bought the land with public money, but tonight you got to follow it up with a better decision to abandon the project and explore new options for the site that uses public land and public money for public uses. Other cities have found ways to use public land for the public. Why not us? 99-year lease for 48 affordable housing units and hotel jobs in a brave new world of uncertainty. This project was a bad deal before the pandemic, and it's incredibly risky going forward because of it. I want to conclude, just 1 minute with me. Why would this city council, a council that I know cares so much about the public and affordable housing, be using public land and public money to help a big developer build a big hotel? It just doesn't add up. This is a leg of the sea decision. We listened years ago. We listened to people for the past few years, and I think you should too. I want to close. A politician I greatly admire years ago was debating whether the council should conduct a poll to determine how residents feel about an issue. And I'll never forget his comment. He said, "We don't need another poll to tell us how residents feel about this issue. We already know how they feel. All we really need to do is listen." And in closing, I hope you guys will listen tonight. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. My vote would go to discontinue negotiations with the developer for a park or no project. I'd also encourage everyone to look at the SMART article on page 6 of the June 19th to 25th, 2020 Santa Monica Mirror. But I'd almost say no project would be better. Then the banks could continue serving residents and businesses from where they are now. And won't the city need this parking lots, considering your plans to take down Structure 3 for SRO units for OPCC and other affordable housing? And what about the revenue the city gets from the leases and parking? I mean, considering the city is crying poor mouth in item 8A. In addition, if the EDA for the developer expired by its own terms in 2015, and the city has continued good faith negotiations since then, what does that say? And why do they get special treatment? Or would this project be one of your bigger campaign contributors, as the original developer John Warfel was? I remember he told me after a DTSM board meeting in 2008 that he had this project long before the project became before the Planning Commission or the City Council for approval. And what do you know, John Warfel's company was approved to do this monstrous project on a city-owned site. But you don't care about what the residents want. The city's continued secret good faith negotiations after the developer's ENA expired is a perfect example. So considering this, why should anyone think you care about what the residents want now? Or would this be another spiteful way for you to take revenge against the residents for the district voting case? Because it would appear that you want to shove the knife into the back of the residents again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Frank Stefan.
Frank Stefan, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. We appreciate your time on this long evening. My name is Frank Stefan, and I am a representative of the applicant, the developer for the Plaza at Santa Monica. I am a local. I have been intimately involved in this project from the original request for qualifications for the site back in 2013. I have been involved in every aspect of the process since then. Our proposed project was selected because it best captured the RFP objectives set forth by years of community outreach and visioning workshops conducted by the city staff. The city had the foresight to assemble this land with priority to build a revenue stream for the city's future. The originally proposed project has been reduced and modified. The height has been reduced by 2 stories, the office has been cut in half, the parking has been reduced, and the project has been structured to yield more affordable housing units than originally proposed. This was all directed by the council. These are challenging times, and we want to emphasize tonight that if the priorities have shifted, we are committed to being open and exploring with the city how the project would need to change to satisfy those priorities. The proposed project has been a collaborative effort. It has been a collaborative effort between the city and the community from its inception. We have been honored to have joined that collaboration for the past 6+ years exclusively, and we remain committed to delivering the best possible project for the city of Santa Monica. We have never entitled and flipped a piece of property. We still own and operate our large mixed-use Hollywood project since 2011. Our requirements and obligations will be governed by the development agreement, and we have asked the city to remove any right to flip the entitlements of this project. We're in this for the long term and to build this project and to be a part of this vibrant community. We look very forward to restarting negotiations, working collaboratively with the council, city staff, and the new interim city manager.
Mr. Stefan, if that was the end of your comments, would you stay on the line for a minute? Councilmember Himmelrich wants to ask a question.
Sure.
Good evening, Mr. Stefan, and thank you for coming to the meeting. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So you say you're a local. Do you live in Santa Monica?
Well, my front yard's in Los Angeles and my backyard's in Santa Monica. So what that means is I pay property taxes that support the services you implement, but I don't get to say whether you're reelected or not.
Now, we heard tonight that there have been no pro formas on this project since 2015. Is that right?
No, that's not right. In early 2020, fully updated pro formas with all the construction costs updated were submitted to the city staff. It appears that the city staff did not engage Kathy Head on those prior to the negotiations being suspended in late February.
So you're saying it's in the possession of our city staff, all the pro formas?
Absolutely.
Great. And you say you've never entitled and flipped a project, but when I look, you're affiliated with Claret, is that right? And you did the Hollywood project, but I see on the webpage numerous projects that were entitled and sold. No?
We've never entitled and flipped a project prior to completing a project and holding it as an asset.
Yeah, so are you a REIT? Is that what you are?
We are not a REIT, no.
So you have private investors. You're a developer with private investors in this project. Is that right?
We have private investors and pension funds and so forth in a fund that looks for long-term investments in real estate.
So the 2020 pro formas, are those the same pro formas you submit to the bank for your loans?
They would be the same pro formas.
Great. Thanks for your help.
Thank you.
I see no more questions, so we'll return to the phone calls in the public hearing.
Okay.
Transferring Adolf Navarro.
Adolf Navarro, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yeah, hi, good evening. My name is Adolf Navarro. I represent Plumbers and Fitters, Local 761. And most of my members in my membership, a lot of them are from your area code. And so they're excited about the plaza. This will put a lot of people to work, especially my membership. And it's a good thing because during these times of unemployment and everything, this is the way to go. So I'm excited, and I hope you guys do the right thing and vote this in. I'm 100% for it. Let's do this thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Narcesa Arieta, who requests translation service.
Señora, adelante.
Ok, mire, mi
¿Cómo le
nombre es... ¿Mande? ¿No?
Su nombre, por favor.
Narcisa Argueta.
Adelante, por favor.
Trabajo en el Mirbean Delfina. Soy housekeeping. Tengo 8 años de estar trabajando ahí. Desearía poder vivir en Santa Mónica, pero es muy difícil para mí y para mi familia encontrar una vivienda. Estaría historia de la vivienda. Por favor, me negociaría con esto, deseando de desarrollar. Tiene un, ¿cómo se llama? Proyecto, porque están limitados para construir. ¿No?
¿Trabaja, señora?
¿Mande?
¿En dónde trabaja, perdón?
El de en Delfina.
Me dijo que trabaja en Miramar.
No. Trabajo en espérame, es que Marian, Delfina.
Gracias. Hi, my name is Narcisa Argueta, and I work at the Marriott, and I've been working there for 8 years, and I do housekeeping. I would like to live in the city of Santa Monica, and I would also like my family to live there. But the issue is the housing. Please, I would really appreciate it if you can continue negotiating with the developer with this project, as the construction is very limited. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
Feliz noche.
Good evening.
Transferring Hugo Soto Martinez.
Hugo Soto Martinez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Hugo Soto Martinez. I'm a rank and file member of Unite Here Local 11, and I currently have the pleasure of representing the many workers here in Santa Monica. I've lived in Santa Monica for many years, and I'm familiar with the city. Its beautiful beaches, wonderful parks. But for me, as a person of color, I'm also familiar with how unwelcoming the city can be. Beneath the beautiful veneer, people of color are denied equity. And this project is a perfect example. You've heard testimony from dozens of workers that are expressing what their desires are for this project, what their needs are for this public land. Because in my opinion, you can't have racial justice unless you also have economic and housing justice with access to the many parks here. I hope you listen to the public whose voices are usually the least heard and continue negotiations on this project. This project is good for the community because it provides economic mobility, housing, and also, as I mentioned, access to the beach and the parks that is abundant in Santa Monica. So I hope you continue the negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Carl Hansen.
Carl Hansen, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McEwen and council members. I'm Carl Hansen, a resident of the Wilmot neighborhood, living right on the edge of our downtown, just a few blocks from where this project is proposed. I'm speaking tonight as a co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. Forward strongly encourages the city to resume negotiations for the development of the Plaza at Santa Monica project. The proposed project, which is on redevelopment funded land, will create hundreds of construction jobs and well-paid permanent jobs with benefits. It will also include significant community benefits, like desperately needed affordable housing and city revenues, which will help restore city services. In considering your priorities with the project, we would like to make recommendations in a few areas. First, with affordable housing. This project has the potential to significantly fund new affordable housing at a time when our community really needs it. Forward believes the housing funds generated by the project should be earmarked exclusively for new affordable housing. We also believe that there are good reasons for requiring that the project's affordable housing obligations be met off-site. One of the most important reasons is that we will get more units, and wood frame construction off-site is much more affordable than steel construction would be on-site. Second, regarding local hire, the development agreement should also include a robust local hire requirement for the project, both during construction and once the operations commence. And third, on parking, the 675 to 725 parking spaces in the proposal is excessive and contrary to the city's objective of reducing automobile dependency. Forward recommends that the 150 to 200 public parking spaces be deleted or reduced, and that the project specific parking be reevaluated and reduced. If parking is reduced, the cost savings should be translated into increased community benefits, including affordable housing. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and we hope you will reopen negotiations. Good night.
Thank you.
Transferring Ron Miller.
Ron Miller, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Ron Miller, Executive Secretary of the LA Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. I come tonight on behalf of 140,000 skilled and trained men and women in the construction trades in LA and Orange County. Some you've heard tonight here online, and many that live in your area. We are in full support of this project. We think it's a good project that has something good for everybody in the city. I was listening before the public comment, and I heard the council members firing off questions. I think this council is very capable of negotiating a development agreement with the developer, and this developer is fully invested to come into your community. We would like to see construction workers that work in your community be able to live here, along with hotel staff and everybody else that comes to Santa Monica to work on a daily basis. The affordable housing component of this could go a long ways towards helping that situation. So please support option 2, open up renegotiations again with this developer, and let's build something nice for the city of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jeremy Arnold.
Jeremy Arnold, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Jeremy Arnold. I serve as program director at CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, the interfaith worker justice nonprofit, and I support this project. I lived in Santa Monica from 1995 until 2013. I love Santa Monica. I can't afford to live in Santa Monica, but what happens in Santa Monica affects my life deeply. I want to lift up intersecting crises facing the city and our wider society at this moment. We are facing a public health crisis, an accompanying economic crisis, an ongoing crisis of state violence, and a housing crisis which is rooted in our city's history of redlining, the displacement from the 10 freeway, racial covenants, and abuse of eminent domain. I want to acknowledge that this is a very hard time to be a leader in local government when the forces affecting us can feel so far from your control. The task ahead of you in the face of these crises is to do what you can to make things a little bit better or to give up. I urge you to accept the staff recommendation and reopen negotiations. Don't give up on this project. Please give this project a chance to improve Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Mike Stone.
Mike Stone, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm calling in support of the Santa Monica project and your continued negotiations with the developer. This is not just another building to be considered, but rather a thoughtful, long-term, transformative development. The project will incorporate a diversity of uses on the land, be a great gathering place for local residents, guests, and workers, and an enhancement and expansion of the current community programming. In addition, the project will provide Santa Monica with short-term and long-term quality job opportunities, as well as provide additional revenue stream for the city through the lease back program and expansion of additional tax revenues. Thank you for your time, and again, I support your continued negotiations with the developer.
Thank you.
Transferring Ernesto Pantoja.
Ernesto Cantoja, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Ernesto Pantoja, and I'm calling on behalf of Sergio Ascon, Business Manager of Labor's Local 300. And obviously, we're supportive of this project, and we're asking you to reopen negotiations with this developer. I don't know if you understand some of the individuals that we place into the trades. We bring in a lot of people who are second chance individuals, people who have criminal backgrounds, who may not be able to find careers in other places, especially not careers that give a pension, allow these individuals an ability to buy their first home and raise a family. We also give opportunities to service veterans returning from service whose skill sets may not translate into civilian life. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of people miss when we talk about construction jobs. It's not just about the members we already have, the rank and file. It's about the people that we're able to work with and bring into the trades to give them a career. And a lot of times you have to understand that some of these people, the doors are shut on them over and over and over again. And for a lot of them, it's their last opportunity. So we hope that, I mean, we all see what's going on with the pandemic. I certainly know you guys know what's going on with the pandemic and the people that this is affecting, a lot of your constituents. This project gives you the opportunity to bring something beneficial to your community members, not just the affordable housing, not just the construction jobs, but actually taking some of the individuals in your community who are affected by this pandemic and may not have another pathway to go after this. Well, why not through the trades? Why not through unions like ours and all the other unions? So we ask you to please support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Kathleen Rosses.
Kathleen Rosses, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kathleen Rosses, and I'm the CEO of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. Our organization has been involved with this project since its inception. We were instrumental in encouraging the city to acquire the land for this development more than 10 years ago, with the vision of protecting and expanding the vitality of downtown. Now, more than ever, it's essential that new business be supported and encouraged in our downtown core. Active, vibrant uses that benefit residents of this community both financially and programmatically is one of the core reasons that our board supports this development. Downtown Santa Monica created ICE at Santa Monica almost 15 years ago, and this development ensures the continuation of the rink well into the future. We see this as a new anchor site for vibrant urban activity, housing, and enhanced pedestrian vitality of the underutilized portion of downtown. We have some work to go on the details of this project, but after more than 10 years in the making, it makes sense to continue. Downtown Santa Monica Inc. Board of Directors supports this project and strongly encourages you to move forward. Thank you.
Transferring Greg Lewis.
Greg Lewis, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Greg Lewis. I represent about 1,000 plumbers and pipe fitters from local 761. And I would just ask that you continue to negotiate with the developer on this project. There might be some smaller issues that need to be worked out, but the bones of this project are here, and it'll be great for the community, including the affordable housing, the open space, and also the good jobs that'll put a lot of our apprentices to work that live in the area. So once again, I just ask that you continue to negotiate with the developer. Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you.
Transferring Olga Alvarez, who has requested translation services.
Adelante, señora. Buenas noches.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Olga Álvarez y estoy aquí por el proyecto es un proyecto que van a construir, tengo entendido, ¿verdad? Y quieren mi opinión sobre si es que dice que estaba trabajando y salía hasta las 10 de la noche. Entonces no estoy muy informada exactamente qué es lo que tengo que decir.
Hi, my name is Olga Alvarez, and I am here because of the project that's under construction. And I just wanted to give my opinion. And I just got out of work at 10 p.m. and I really don't know what is it that I have to say.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Transferring Teodoro Hernandez, who is requesting translation services.
Buenas noches, señor. Adelante.
Sí, buenas. Hola, mi nombre es Teodoro Hernández. Vivo en Santa Mónica y trabajo en el Hotel Fairmont Miramar. Estoy orgulloso de vivir y trabajar aquí. No podría vivir aquí sin mi trabajo en un hotel que tiene excelentes salarios y beneficios. Reinicié las negociaciones con los desarrolladores de este proyecto. La Plaza en Santa Mónica va a proporcionar muchos más trabajadores la oportunidad de conseguir buenos empleos y vivir como yo en esta hermosa ciudad. Gracias.
Yes, hi. Good evening. My name is Teodoro Hernandez, and I live and I work in Santa Monica. I work for the Fairmont Miramar. I live here, And I am very happy that I work in a hotel because the hotel provides me with an excellent salary and excellent benefits. And this is very important. And I would also like for the council to continue with the renegotiations, because by doing this, it's going to bring more people to live here in Santa Monica. The plaza is also very important. And I want other people to live here in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Transferring Nora Ardon, who requests translation service.
Buenas noches, señora. Adelante.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Nora Ardón. Estoy llamando del Hotel Baicero Santa Mónica y es mi trabajo actualmente y vivo acá en Santa Mónica. Y para mí es un orgullo vivir en esta área de Santa Mónica y tener mi trabajo allí. Ya tengo más de 13 años de trabajar allí y de vivir acá más de 10 años. Y es para mí un placer vivir en esta área y y tener el gusto de compartir y vivir con las personas de todo lo que es Santa Mónica y estoy muy contenta en vivir acá entre la playa y los numerosos parques que tenemos y la verdad estoy encantada por vivir en esta área y me gustaría que el proyecto que se está proporcionando sea de verdad favorable para nosotros, es favorable para nosotros, para las viviendas, para lo que es los árboles, la vegetación, los bosques, los parques y la verdad estoy muy, muy encantada de estar aquí viviendo en esta área. Para mí es un orgullo. Además, los trabajadores que estamos en esta área, pues la verdad necesitamos el apoyo de realmente de este proyecto. Y entonces estoy en esto apoyando. Y espero que nos apoyen a nosotros los trabajadores, porque pues es necesario para que nosotros podamos seguir ejerciendo como trabajadores y como padres y pues para mí la verdad es muy muy necesario. No sé qué más les puedo decir y pues aquí vivo, Santa Mónica, me encanta, me gusta, para mí es una de las mejores áreas. He vivido en otro lado, pero esta es la mejor área donde yo y mi trabajo pues ya lo tengo acá por más de 13 años y mis hijos estudian en esta área de Santa Mónica y para mí y ellos es lindo, les gusta, les encanta, no se quejan, no quieren moverse para otra área y dicen que aquí está muy bonito, muy lindo y que les encanta todo, la playa, los parques, la vegetación que hay, la convivencia, el respeto, todo lo que hay en la área de Santa Mónica. Nada más eso decir y pues muchas gracias por apoyarnos en estas medidas que nos están dando y pues que sigamos nosotros adelante en este proyecto que está y que pues nos sigan apoyando, realmente lo necesitamos. Creo que es todo lo que les puedo decir. Podría decir más, pero creo que no hay mucho tiempo para hablar. ¿Aló?
Gracias. Yes, hi. My name is Nora Ardone. And I just want to tell you that
I'm sorry, the time is up. We don't have time for
even for the translation.
Yeah, because you have 4 minutes total, and she used all 4.
¿Sí? Señora Select, tiempo, no dio tiempo para la traducción. Tenía en total 4 minutos para todo.
Ay, perdón. Ay. Okay, muchas gracias.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me just jump in for a moment.
Gracias.
And suggest on future translated calls that we give people notice at 2 minutes so we do hear the translation, because that's kind of frustrating not to get to hear in English what she said. So could we give the time, even though we allow 4 minutes total, including the translation, could we give a 2-minute notice so that the person who has to be translated leaves time for that translation? Thanks.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Transferring Mike Feinstein.
Mike Feinstein, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Great. Thank you, everyone. I'm here to say that it's time for you to indicate your intention to plan to make Arizona Avenue between 4th and 5th pedestrian only to coincide with whatever is built on the other side. Everybody knows open space is critical. What you have in this draft plan is good, but it could be better. The community wants more space. The ground level park planned together with a closed Arizona would be better. And again, if you start giving direction to your staff tonight, then it can open at the same time. You can plan it together with this project at the same time. You also need to hire some sort of nonprofit to do the open space programming management. They need to understand the scope, and if you make it clear tonight you're planning on closing Arizona, they can plan for that as well. The other critical piece is the other side of Arizona. Essentially, you want to knit together both sides, and the post office building has a new owner. We want somebody there to do an open use and not have a wall around it like the other one beforehand. Your EIR has studied it. It's already possible, so ask your staff what kind of direction you can give to move this ahead. You also need to insist that our civil liberties in the main plaza are the same that we would have in a park or on the promenade and not in a closed space. Finally, we need access on the higher levels and to democratize the views. The rooftop has to be open to the general public, but I also like the direction Councilmember Winterer was going in and talking about some access to 3rd and 4th. It doesn't have to be programmed, but if regular human beings, rank and file people, can go on all 5 levels and have views throughout, then I think this is giving back in an interesting urban way. So make your commitment, ask your staff, how can you give direction on closing Arizona? Thanks.
Thank you.
I believe that was the last. Oscar de la Torre.
Oh, okay.
Oscar de la Torre, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Hi, Oscar de la Torre, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Let me see if I can get that caller back. Oscar de la Torre, your time starts now. Are you in the meeting? Oscar de la Torre, are you in the meeting? Hello, are you in the meeting? Mr. de la Torre?
I hate to think anybody's been on hold this long and doesn't get to speak. Are there any other lines that might have somebody waiting on them?
No, he's the final caller, unfortunately. It looks like they're going to try and grab him back and retransfer.
Well, then we'll hold the public hearing on item 8B open until that call. But meanwhile, Council, I just want to point out it's almost 12:30. We've been at this for almost 7 hours. And after this item, we still have 4 more items on the agenda. So I'm going to suggest when we get to discussion after we close the public hearing that we divide this up the way it's divided on the agenda. The first of the 2 sections is the decision whether or not to negotiate. The second section is giving direction to staff on how to negotiate. That's I understand, a very interesting and could be a very complex discussion, but it's moot if we don't decide to resume the negotiation. So after the closing of the public hearing, let's try to focus on whether or not we want to negotiate first and hold off our thoughts on the direction, should we negotiate, until we make that first decision. Otherwise, we'll spend a lot of time we may not need to. Staff, has there been any ability to get to Mr. Delatorre back on the phone?
I believe so. Hold on one second.
Transferring Oscar De La Torre.
Oscar De La Torre.
Oscar De La Torre. Oscar De La Torre. Oscar De La Torre.
Mr. De La Torre. Let me see what I can do here. Mr. De La Torre? Hello? Mr. De La Torre, welcome to the meeting. Mr. De La Torre, can you hear us? You're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
There's no music on hold. That's a good sign.
We're making progress. Mr. De La Torre? Hang on one sec. Let me see if we can get him back.
Yeah, I don't want to close the public hearing without making every good faith effort. But if the city clerk or city attorney have some idea on how long it is appropriate for us to wait if we can't get this last speaker back, I may ask for those opinions tomorrow morning.
Yeah, let's see. They're trying to get him back.
Is staff trying to call him or to have him call back in or just to give us some idea of?
Yeah, they're going to call him and transfer him back in because the queue's been closed. So they're in the process of doing that. Apologies for the delay. They're calling him now.
I'd order a cup of coffee all around, but since we're meeting virtually, I can't even do that.
I'll take mine with cream, please.
They have him on the line, so they're transferring him in now.
I think we'll have to accept that if it doesn't work this time, we'll have to move on.
There we go. Mr. De La Torre, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Oscar De La Torre, lifelong resident of Santa Monica, a member of the school board, and also chair of the Pico Neighborhood Association. Hello, can you hear me?
We can, yeah. Go ahead. You're in the meeting.
Okay, we're in the meeting. Okay. This is Oscar De La Torre, lifelong resident of Santa Monica, member of the school board, and chair of the Pico Neighborhood Association. I think the question for us today is, are we going to be a city that will approve projects for residents and workers or for tourists? And I want us to make sure that we focus on supporting the workers of our city and the residents of our city, and that's why I hope that we approve a project. Hi, this is Oscar De La Torre, lifelong.
Yeah, you're in. Turn down your computer or your TV so that you don't get the feedback.
Yes, I want to support the workers that have expressed their need for affordable housing in our city. I think the downtown area needs more affordable housing, workforce housing for our workers, especially in our hospitality industry. I would recommend that the City Council direct staff to work with a developer to ensure that there's more affordable housing for workers, especially in our hospitality industry, and also for our residents. We need to protect public space. Public land is very scarce, and we should maximize the benefits to our residents with the public space and the public land that we have.
Thank you. Your time
So
is now
more
up.
public land, more public space, and also more affordable housing is what I hope that we can achieve with this project.
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you.
I have a question from, no, it's just a comment, I guess, from Councilmember McCowan about getting bumped here. We're okay. Okay. With that, we will close the public hearing on item 8C with special thanks to our staff for making such an extraordinary effort to make sure that everybody who wanted to get heard did get heard. Council, the matter is now before us. Again, I'm hoping you'll accept my suggestion that we focus first on the fundamental decision, which is whether or not to resume negotiations. And let's start to see if anybody has any questions for staff that were brought up by the public testimony. If not, somebody can bring discussion to the floor. Councilmember Himmelrich.
I move that we don't resume negotiations with this developer. I think that it's illegal. I think that it poses great risk to the city, and I think competition can only make this project better if we go to an RFP process that will also assure us of 300 affordable units. We can also have a hotel and open space. So that's my motion.
I do not hear a second for the motion. Am I missing anybody? It does not appear, so that motion fails for lack of a second. Anybody else want to make any comment on whether to negotiate? Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, followed by Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I'm happy to move to restart negotiations with this development partner. You know, my view is that we're going to get a substantially better project by moving ahead now. And realizing tonight we are not approving a DA, we are just restarting negotiations. It's clear from the public testimony, from the staff report, and from the questions from the council members that we need to have better numbers on the housing contribution, on the partner shares, on guarantees for the housing and the other community benefits we're going to get. It's not okay, frankly, that we haven't had financials done in 5 years. This coincides with the term of our former city manager turned activist on this project, and these negotiations have clearly been suppressed. So we deserve the opportunity to get a great project in place with real guarantees, build affordable housing first, guaranteed units, etc., just like we did with past projects that we all agreed to and that are currently built or under construction. And so I think it's worth continuing to work with this partner. Times have changed, and we've heard that in the testimony. We all know that because of the work that we've been doing. And I've heard an interest in particular in the testimony to relook at the mix of uses, activation of public space, and more. And we could do that. We could scrap everything and we could start over, or we can finish negotiations with the current developer. And yes, this is a private developer. That's what we went out and saw when we started the process, and we selected them to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement. The only value I can see at this point in dropping this development partner, instead of continuing to work on these details and that they said that they're willing to work on with us, is that we'd be stiffing them with the development costs that have been incurred to date. And, that's a few $1 million, and though that, of course, is tempting, it's a terrible way to act as a partner. And it's opposite what I would understand our values as a community to be. And what's more, the new partner would, of course, see what we did and price that into any bids that they put forward to work with the city, and that's not good for anyone. And every other partner would do that we ever sought to work with. So yes, some priorities have shifted in our current fiscal position or worsening housing crisis, but they're willing to work on it. Let's talk about that next. Let's get started with negotiating and get down to the real details that we need in order to get comfortable with this project.
Second.
Okay, so that has been seconded by Councilmember Davis, who is next to speak, followed by Councilmember Hauer.
So I actually had a question, but I can use the time to try and be efficient. When we were talking earlier about the $24 million that potentially could go into purchasing land on which to build affordable housing, I think Ms. Head said that she thought we could get 100 units with no subsidy. And I thought back and looked at our options that we were provided by staff, and I guess this is a question for Mr. Martin or somebody. I'm not sure who can answer this. But if we do go the RFP route, that, if that were the option, it says that we would have to require 300 units per acre. So if we can get 300, if somehow the state thinks we can get 300 units on an acre through an RFP, I'm not sure why we can only get 100 units on an acre if we had this developer go and buy an acre of land for $24 million. Can somebody explain why there would be a difference? Bueller?
This is George Cardona. The state law, AB 1486, under the exemption, says that if you put it out for RFP, one of the exemptions for exempt surplus land is a mixed-use development more than 1 acre in area that includes not less than 300 housing units. So I believe that's where the 300 comes from in terms of the RFP under the state law.
Well, right, but that suggests to me that the state thinks you can get 300 affordable housing units on an acre, and I'm wondering why we don't think we can get 300 affordable housing units on it. If we were to take the $24 million that the developer donates, and that allows us to buy an acre of land in downtown Santa Monica, the state seems to think that somebody ought to be able to build 300 units, but Ms. Head said she thought we could only build 100. It's not super important, but it just suggests to me that we may be selling short on what the amount of housing we can get for that $24 million.
If I could jump in, this is Kathy. I can't think of a project in Southern California that's 300 units the acre. I mean, there are definitely projects over 100, But 300, I honestly can't think of a project at that density.
So maybe, maybe that suggests that the RFP standard in the statute, not to second guess our brilliant Sacramento legislatures, is perhaps unrealistic. If we were to go the RFP route and say somebody come back with a project for 300 units on we have 2.5 acres here, but, it sounds to me like what you're suggesting is that maybe that standard's a bit high, and if we were to put that standard into an RFP, we might not get responses.
For an acre, but with 2.5 acres, you probably would. It's more or less a San Francisco standard for density.
Okay,
300 units the acre. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that's helpful. The other question I had is, so we heard from the applicant, Mr. Stefan, that he did in fact provide pro formas earlier this year. So does staff agree? Does staff have those?
Actually, if I could jump in on that too.
Yes.
There is a February.
Go ahead, Kathy.
I'm sorry, I'm talking over. So there's a February 2020 pro forma. We didn't get it until June. I wasn't aware we had it until this meeting, and so I pulled it from my colleague's directory. But we've been pulled off this project long before that, as Mr. Stefan mentioned.
Right. And I guess, and maybe Mr. Martin, you can answer this, is the reason we didn't get a pro forma for some period of time because we didn't ask for one. There seems to be some nefariousness associated with not having an updated pro forma, but I would suspect that our exclusive negotiating partner would provide us with a pro forma if we wanted one. Was there a situation where we asked for one and they refused?
I assume.
Can I take that one too?
I assume that's the case. Yeah, but go ahead, Kathy, sure.
Yeah. So we've been negotiating on this since 2013, and the developer's been very cooperative throughout the time. One of the reasons that there hadn't been new pro formas in the interim was that the scope has always been in flux. So there has been discussions all along about updating pro formas, et cetera, and apparently one did come in February. But until the EIR was completed, until there was a better sense of what the scope would be, it was viewed as not necessary at the time.
Okay, so it wasn't that the developer said we're not going to give you one or they were uncooperative. Is that right?
No.
Okay. So I seconded the motion, and I just want to briefly state why I did, because I think it's important. And I was really touched by some of the testimony, because we've sort of been focusing on, the benefits of affordable housing to, our historically disadvantaged communities. But a lot of the speakers really emphasized the jobs, not just the construction jobs, although those are obviously very important, but the ongoing jobs that would be available on the site through a union hotel and some of the other commercial enterprises that might be on that site. And it seems to me that if we are trying to view things, I think, through a lens of social justice, as we all are, certainly affordable housing is a component of that, but it's not the sole component. And providing good paying union jobs, we I think all know some people in this community who, started out at union hotels and have worked their way up through the union opportunity to become, management at some of the hotels, either assistant managers or managers for marketing, that sort of thing. And so while I think obviously I support and always support producing as much affordable housing as we can, I also think that the fact that we're talking about a project that provides long-term unionized employment prospects, it really makes this a unique project. And I don't think, and that's why I asked about the density with regard to an RFP or something, that if we scrap this project and went to the RFP project, because just the expression of interest wouldn't go to private developers. That would go to other governmental agencies or nonprofits that provide solely affordable housing. They're not going to build a hotel. They're certainly not going to build a union hotel. If we went the RFP route, if we're required to put 300 affordable housing units, and that's pretty dense on the 2.5 acres that we've got here, and we want to have a significant open space component, which I think we all do, there's probably not room for a hotel there as well. So if we don't do this through the exclusive negotiating process, we're going to lose the opportunity to provide some ongoing, permanent, good-paying union jobs to people in this community. And it's the old, give me a fish, I eat for a day, teach me to fish, I eat for the rest of my life. And I think good paying union jobs are as a crucial and important social justice component as affordable housing. And so I think a project that provides both, which we can get if we continue these negotiations, is worth pursuing. Doesn't mean we're going to approve it. If we can't agree, then we don't approve it. But I think this is the way to get the best of both worlds. So that's why I seconded the motion.
Okay, Council, it remains very late at night. We have on the floor a motion with a second to authorize the city manager to resume negotiations. Next two speakers are Councilmember Hara and Councilmember Winterer. Councilmember Hara.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you as well, Councilmember Davis. And that is definitely one of the reasons why I will be also voting yes on this item. There are several components that I think that you brought up, not, the economic development and recovery being one of the most important ones that we need to have. And definitely having some of our workforce not only come here and be working here, but also for us to develop some of that workforce housing. I think it's actually a tremendous missed opportunity if we don't do this. So here's a couple of other things that I thought about also while listening to everybody. I remembered that last year, Mayor McEwen brought forth an initiative for the right to return. And this is definitely something that we can definitely also bring in to some of the housing that we will be providing with this. Let's make sure that we have that on the pipeline for some of the right to return members, so that way they can have some of the housing that they can return to. And in some of the open spaces in the office spaces, I was thinking about some of the things that the community talked to us and told us what it is that they would like to have while we were having the well-being meetings. One of them was, I remember really, really distinctly, one of our Black community members said, I would love to have a place where I can come here over at Thelma Center so that way I could do something. But wouldn't it be better if I were able to come up with a place where I could afford, where I could open up my own business and somebody helped me to do that? And yes, some of these spaces might be really good for that. Maybe we can have some pop-up, businesses. And there again, creating economic development. And so I think that that's actually an excellent thing that we would also be missing if we didn't go through with this. And you already spoke about the affordable housing. Affordable housing is definitely not only one of the things that we need to do, which we would be missing here as well. It's one of the things that we must do. We have some RENA numbers that we need to make sure that we accomplish by a certain date. Let's make sure that we remember that those are some of the things that we need to have and we need to create in order for us to move forward. So, thank you.
Okay, Council, I continue to do the best I can, I swear to God, is see you when you raise your hands. And if I've missed people, I'm sorry. The next three I've seen in order are Council members Winterer, McCowan, and Himmelrich. So, Ted, you're next.
Yeah, I've wrestled with this issue for quite some time. I've been concerned about the legal risks of whatever decision we make. It sounds like we're going to be headed towards reopening the ENA or starting a new one, however the process is, and there is some risk there. But I'm also concerned that we go through the RFP process. For instance, we get some proposals for those 300 units, and someone elects not to use the additional height available under a development agreement. It just says they want to do something that's zoning compliant. That means that that parcel pretty much gets built out wall to wall with housing, which we have very little control over the design, the benefits, and particularly the open space that might become available from that project. So I believe the best course of action now, even though I have a lot of reservations about the project as currently proposed, given the changes we've seen in the economy in the last few months, some of the uses, which we'll discuss later, I believe it's more prudent to restart those negotiations and start trying to make this project better for all involved and make sure we do get that public open space and everything else. So I will be supporting the motion.
Councilmember McCallum.
Yeah, so to piggyback on what Ted said, and also just being incredibly new to this role, I was really conflicted about some of the legal issues surrounding this project or potential legal issues, and just hearing from everyone tonight and sitting with this for the last 2 weeks and meeting with so many different constituency groups, I'm conflicted as someone who remembers projects that didn't always go the way we as a community had been promised. I had a lot of reservations with having to have any involvement in this project going forward. But then in thinking about it, and this project was originally purchased post the Great Recession as part of the redevelopment plan for the city, and it was always intended to be a revenue generating project. And a lot of the downtown plan and downtown development is intended for that purpose. And when I think about all of the projects all of the services that currently are unavailable because of a lack of revenue, I am then even more conflicted. And so how do we create something that can generate revenue in the future? And then how do we protect against a pandemic adversely affecting us? And so I think at this point, because where we came down on the legal side of things, I think at this point we have to move forward and see what happens next. And I think we have an opportunity here to reprioritize based on everything we've heard tonight, and that'll be the next step. And we'll see what happens. I mean, I think something we heard too tonight that well with me was the fact that we purposely found a developer that is a private developer that doesn't have a history of flipping projects once they're entitled. And that's really, really important, because we need to ensure that whatever happens to this land happens the way we intend it. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Next is Councilmember Himmelrich, and then I think I'll take a turn and maybe we'll go to a vote. Councilmember Himmelrich.
So I think we're making a mistake, and I think we're making a mistake because, one, I think competition always makes things better. I think if we put it out to RFP with a hotel, requiring that it be on a certain amount of land, right? The 300 units, by the way, you could get if the office space were in fact not office space, but were in fact residential space. It looks to me as if you could get units that were in the range of 500 to 700 square feet. In that height, so you could get units that were decent size, you could have affordable housing, you could have a hotel, you could have open space. It would solve a lot of our problems. I think we are taking the easy way and not getting the project that we could get if we asked different people to look at it. This developer has been sitting on this project for 7 years. And by the way, I have on many occasions asked for pro formas on this project and never gotten one. So for whatever it's worth, I've been very focused on the affordable housing in this project, the fact that I don't think we need any more office, and the fact that I do support a hotel and I support the good jobs. So I am really having a hard time understanding why this council is coming out and saying only this developer, we aren't going to listen to anybody else. We're going to enter into an ENA, which will put us at risk. The way we weren't at risk now that everyone is acknowledging there is no ENA. So I disagree with all of you. I will vote against this motion.
And I'll take my turn now since you've all spoken. My feeling is that to be successful on the kind of scale we're talking about, which is our downtown for decades, you have to be both purposeful and flexible. Now, let me speak first to purposeful. This land, which people are saying it's public land, should be used for a public purpose, was not dropped in our lap. This is not a tract of land that was gifted to the city by its founder, Senator Jones. This is a concatenated parcel that we quite deliberately went out and made arrangements to purchase with great difficulty with an idea in mind. And that idea was that given the success of the 3rd Street Promenade, we needed to expand the footprint of the heart of our downtown, and that this was the right place to do it if we could acquire the land. And we were successful in acquiring the land. So let's not forget that was the purpose why this land came to be public land. And a public purpose can be, for instance, having cultural facilities, having revenue for the city, having perhaps a permanent revenue stream for affordable housing. There's a lot of things that can come out of this. And then the second half of what we have to be is flexible. Yeah, when we looked at this project at the beginning, we had something in mind. 5 years ago, I believe I was the one who made the motion that cut the amount of office in half. Skeptical about office, but I have to believe there's going to be some kind of workplace need in the future in Santa Monica. It may not be office the way we knew it, and I think we have to be flexible in working with our partner here to think about what it ought to be and how it ought to be configured. And as I think it was Councilmember Winter suggested, we need to be flexible in thinking, well, if it doesn't work out as office, can it be converted to something else in the future? But I think at this point, to drop this project and start all over would be the mistake of mistakes we could make, because that would virtually guarantee that we wouldn't get the revenue, we wouldn't get the benefits, we wouldn't get the jobs, we wouldn't get the housing, and we wouldn't get the activation of downtown. Don't forget, this is not just one project. This is a catalytic project intended from its outset to help the whole of downtown grow and thrive. Our downtown is the revenue heart of the city of Santa Monica. All of us who are residents depend on services that are being paid for by what's happening downtown. And, right now we're in a really tough spot. People haven't yet, I don't think, begun to recognize how many of our city services have been compromised by the COVID epidemic and the economic collapse. We can't even have all of our libraries open yet. We need to start looking forward. We can't say, oh my God, we're in a pandemic, and so we shouldn't be building anything. Let's not do anything. There's opportunity here, and I think it's the right thing to be looking for that opportunity and to remember that we're hitting a moving target. We are planning something that won't be built for several years and that will operate, I hope, very successfully in a recovered economy, which we don't know what that economy will look like yet. So purposeful and flexible. Those are the two reasons why I'll be voting for this motion. Are there any other comments before we do go to a roll call vote? I don't see any. So if the city clerk would please call the roll.
It looks like Councilmember Hara had her hand up.
It was a question, but I think it's probably going to be best in the second half than it will be.
We have much to discuss yet.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
No.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So the motion to authorize the interim city manager to resume negotiations has passed on a 6-1 vote. And that means that now the discussion on direction we'd like to give becomes very significant. it wouldn't have been very significant if we weren't going forward. And so let's now open that up with Councilmember Winter, whose hand I already see.
Yeah, so I alluded to this earlier that, having not seen their latest pro forma, I have concerns about, and as I mentioned, the construction costs for an expensive design going up. So I would hope that one thing we look at in negotiations is whether or not there is potentially a less expensive design, whether there's some value engineering, et cetera, that gives the opportunity for the developer to have less capital investment, which provides the opportunity for more money to flow to the city one way or another. So I think that's an important issue. It is, a wonderful design by a famous architect, but it is a very expensive project. So we might want to think about whether there's a cheaper way to achieve the same ends. I think that's very important. I also really want to make sure that the open space is accessible to everyone. I think that's, not just the ground floor plaza, but the upper level open space and the upper viewing deck. I think it's important that everybody in the public on public land gets to avail themselves of that public space without any limitations. That's a very important thing to me. I would like to see more money going into affordable housing over a 99-year lease for a property like this. I think that the contribution of $24 million is not that significant. There has to be some other ways to cut the cost of the project. I think that what Councilmember Davis suggested is that maybe this is just not the right place for a cultural venue, right? If we could take the cultural venue out, they've, had one candidate they expressed years ago to move into that space who's now moved into Santa Monica Place. There doesn't seem to be a long line of other nonprofits wanting to move into that space. Let's reduce some of the costs there and get that money flowing into the public treasury instead, one way or another. As I mentioned, skeptical about the need for office. So if that office space is developed, I hope it's available to be converted to other uses, particularly maybe some housing for, for the moderate income households that might be not serviced by the affordable housing that's going to be built off site. Or I do like Councilmember Davis's idea of using that money to bank land. I think that's a great idea. The developer has said that they do not flip properties, but I think we need to insist that there's language in the agreement we come to that they will not flip the property, and if they do, we get profit participation in whatever profits they generate from flipping the entitlements of that project, so that we don't get our fair share out of that. We saw that worked very well in the project across from City Hall, where we got, I think, $16 million out of the sale of the condos there once they reached a certain threshold. We need to have something like that in there. I'm very interested in the idea of at least a partial closure of Arizona to expand the publicly accessible space there. We have to deal, my recollection, for instance, right now is the number 8 bus runs through there. How do we deal with that? How do we get deliveries through? But I think that's a very intriguing idea. I think we've seen that during the virus, we're able to reclaim some of our street space for public uses other than driving cars, and I think that's important. I think we could probably, once again, reduce some of the overhead by reducing the parking. We've seen that we had one year, a couple of years ago, where our parking downtown went down 7%. I think that's a continuing trend in the future. So I think we should take a hard look at that. I also think that there might be a way to activate the plaza that's less expensive than what is currently being proposed. I think there's a possibility of just having sort of a public common marketplace with kiosks where people can sell not just food, but arts and crafts, etc., which wouldn't require all the cost of regular programming, but it would activate that public space, engage the public. It would be something that not only visitors, but residents would want to come down and see some sort of open air market that's on that space, and then seating, etc. So I think there's less expensive alternatives given the new financial realities that will make the ability of this project to generate some actual ground rent and along with the TOT, so that we do get the money we need. And Mayor McEwen's right. 65% of our revenues to provide services come from businesses, and over 50% of those revenues come from the downtown. So to the extent that we have an uncertain financial future, then this is not going to solve problems overnight. We heard 5 years from now, but we've been seeing a downward trend in most of our traditional revenue sources even before the pandemic hit, and we need to plan for a future in which we can continue to provide services that our community expects. I'm just checking quickly to see if I have any other ideas, but I think those are all things we should be looking at in this project, because I think it can be better. And I want to make it clear, we are just resuming negotiations. It needs to be said often that this does not mean we're approving this project. It still needs to go through all sorts of negotiations, go to the Planning Commission, come to the council, and that all takes some time. But I think we ought to afford ourselves the opportunity to make this project better, because I think it needs to be better.
I don't see. Oh, yes, I do.
Was that a motion?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Was that a motion?
Well, we're giving direction at this point, so I think we need to get a list there, and I hope that staff is taking notes on all this, because without objection, I think all these things need to be looked at. We may want to narrow it down to a very specific motion, but I'd like to let everybody field their ideas, at least for a few minutes. Councilmember Davis.
Great, thank you. And I agree with everything Ted suggested. I just have a couple of additional add-ons. One is, if there is going to be commercial space in the project, I think this is one of the rare opportunities we have to create a commercial space opportunity for small businesses from historically marginalized or diverse communities. One of the things that, I think is really important as we talk about social justice on a going forward basis is economic justice. And I've heard from a lot of small business people, particularly women and people of color, that the reason they don't have their offices in Santa Monica or downtown is because the office space is too expensive. And so being able to provide some percentage of that office space at a reduced rate and giving people the opportunity to place their businesses in Class A office space and be in a pod of people where they can share ideas, I think would be really beneficial. I think there are people who feel they're sort of consigned, if you will, to Pico Boulevard, and there's nothing wrong with Pico Boulevard, but I think giving an opportunity for businesses who might startups, and not tech startups, I'm not talking about tech, but small law offices, accountants, marketing firms from groups that might not have the opportunity to otherwise rent in the downtown. If we could offer some reduced rental rates down there, I think would be really interesting. I certainly agree with Councilmember Winter that creating an interesting marketplace, the model that I'd kind of like to refer staff to is Reading Terminal in Philadelphia, where they have an old train terminal that is food stands, but also you can purchase handmade goods and all sorts of other retail. The thing that's interesting about that model to me is twofold. And one is they have a range of options available. So you don't have to necessarily rent a stand 7 days a week for the operating hours. So to keep overhead low, they might have one operator in there on a Sunday and a different one in on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a different one on Tuesday, Thursday. So it reduces the barriers to entry for people who want to begin small businesses, because they don't have to take on a constant rent. They can take on a smaller amount of rent. And it makes for a really vibrant experience because you go in there every day and you see different people and different things. So I think that's a really interesting model that we could use. Certainly, one of the concerns I have about the project in its current configuration is if we take the housing out, what do we put in there? And I know there's been discussion about a gym or a spa. I'll just be honest and say that doesn't thrill me. I think we have lots of gyms and spas in Santa Monica. I'm not sure why we necessarily need another one, or one that would be as big as the affordable housing component. So maybe that gets smaller and we find some other creative use, whether it's a maker's space or something like that for some of the other leftover, some of the other space there. I do think, as Councilmember Himmelrich points out, there is a risk of litigation, and I think we've talked about having the applicant indemnify us. I know a dog park is listed in there, and I certainly think that needs to remain. I think that's a real amenity that people who live in downtown have talked to me a lot about, and I think we need to make sure. I'd also like for the applicant to explore the possibility of putting a contract post office in this facility, much as they have at the Brentwood Country Mart. We lost our downtown post office. And I think having a place to take a package to be mailed and to buy stamps and stuff. And then finally, I just want to emphasize, I know we put this in all our DAs, but emphasize both the local hire in terms of construction jobs, but also in terms of jobs in the hotel and other commercial aspects of the project once it's completed. Because I do think that we heard a lot about jobs tonight from people, and I think that that's, especially in this day and age, being able to provide good paying jobs to people is an important component. And as I said, I agree with everything else that Councilmember Wennerer said.
Council, let's remember we've just voted to authorize the city manager to negotiate with the developer. So what we should be trying to do here is give general direction. I know it's tempting to come up with a list of all the things we'd like to see in the project, but that's a little premature. This will be coming back to us, Planning Commission, that there'll be a lot of opportunity for discussion. But right now we're just trying to get things headed in the right direction. So when they come back to us, it's the project that we want to see. Councilmember McGowan, I see your hand up.
So just to clarify, because my understanding is that we're supposed to provide the updated direction on the scope of the project and the prioritization of the public objectives associated with the project at this point. Is that not the case? Is that something that we're going to do later and we should just sort of broadly say, I want affordable housing and more of it. I need it to generate revenue. I mean, I'm confused.
And I don't blame you. It can be confusing. At this point, what we've been asked to do is to give the sort of general direction. What are our priorities for this? What do we want this in general to deliver back to the community in exchange for the opportunity the developer has to do something that'll make money for them? But I'm just a little bit cautious that we say, well, we want this much to be a dog park and that much not to be a gym. I think we need to stay relatively general because it's going to be interim city manager Dilgo has to sit down with the developer and try to negotiate all this. And of course, for it to work, it has to pencil out. So if we get too specific, I'm afraid we'll be disappointed.
Go ahead.
Could I ask that we possibly do a combination? I agree with the mayor that we do not need you to agree on all of the things that many of you are brainstorming right now. I think that it's very helpful to hear the, and I didn't mean to call it brainstorming, but it's very helpful to hear the specific things you would like to see. I do think we had listed in the staff report 6 priorities: open space, affordable housing, ground rent, other open space, cultural space, and public parking. I do think we need some sense from you of where city revenue falls and whether we got that order generally right, which is that the open space is among the top priorities, affordable housing, ground rent and revenue, and then cultural space and parking are down near the bottom. So we don't need it exactly, but I do need to know that we're on the right page with the staff recommendation in terms of the order of those priorities.
Councilmember McCowan, does that help?
Yeah, it helps. I mean, I think that, open space is important. I kind of feel that I don't know that it's the most important thing that I heard on the call. During the meeting today and in my conversations, it's definitely a priority. I'm glad to see it's already in there and that there's a certain amount that we'll be required to do. And I think at the end of this, it'll be a major component. But I definitely didn't get the impression that that was the number one priority. I think I heard affordable housing, jobs, and economic impact and revenue. I heard those as sort of top, and then I think we will have a great opportunity because I think any negotiation we're in is going to include really unique open spaces. It's just kind of how, we're not going to do this in any other way. And so I feel like a lot of that will come together. One thing that, I heard Stu saying, and I tend to agree, is if there is a way to sort of have a timeline on this, sort of set some standards of we either have to, make progress on this negotiation, or I'd love to kind of know what that looks like, and if that's something we can also create some limitations around to kind of move this ahead, or not. If the negotiations don't work, I just want to be able to make progress.
That's great. Mike.
The next hand I saw was Councilmember Hara.
So I know that we're trying not to be too specific, but one of the things that I really appreciated when I heard the developer's presentation was to, as part of the cultural component, was to have a children's museum. So if we're not too fond of having a gym, maybe we could think about having a children's museum, which just might benefit so many of us, with that. So I just wanted to make sure that I threw that one in. And
well, Councilmember Hara, I just interrupt you there. I believe the Children's Museum is actually already manifested somewhere else in downtown. So the duplication might not be the best use.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor. So then, but something similar to it, where we could go ahead and still have that multicultural piece there. I think that it would be great. I think that definitely, having some of that office space, or as Councilmember Davis said, having some of the kiosks type of businesses at the bottom, I think that would definitely be something wonderful, which is something I think that the community has been looking forward to having somewhere where they can go ahead and have something that they can call their own and open up their own business. So I think that would be great.
Okay, Councilmember Himmelrich, you're next.
So I want to go back to the main points as Councilmember McGowan discussed. So I would prioritize affordable housing over open space. I would put open space next. I think with the hotel, look, we're getting a hotel. I think that we need housing, period. I would like to see no office. I would like to see some kind of housing there, and perhaps some kind of cultural or market. I think a sort of night market, Faneuil Hall kind of, I don't know if something like that is a variety of booze kiosks, etc., that offers all sorts of merchandise at all different price points, that is accessible as a tool for people who live in our community. The other thing I think that should be important to us is local hire. And I think that we need that to be in the ENA, and I think we need to enter the ENA. I think it's going to look a little different than the one before. It needs to be, in addition to the indemnity, I think that it needs to include possibly either a profit participation or some guaranteed payment to the city, that as they're paying off their loans, which we know takes 10 to 15 years in a commercial development like that, but ramp up a lot after the 10 or 15 years. So I really think the money part of it is very important to me, and I think it should be important to all of us, that whoever does this either provides us a tremendous value or provides us with some money. And I think we need to be sure that that's what we're going to get. And I have to say, I'm very disappointed that these pro formas have existed and that we've never had access to them. And I think we need to have access to them before we go into any kind of DA negotiation.
Okay.
Thanks. This has been a great list. I agree with a lot of what the other council members have said. In particular, as we zoom out on the larger priorities. I think they're generally correct. I think starting with open space, it's clear that the biggest benefit for us on open space is the opportunity to close Arizona and make this a full plaza down the street, and to consider that the fact that the post office is currently in play, as that had been a limiter in the past. And when we think about having street vendors participate in an activation of this public space, that being our public street, as we know, street vendors are by necessity lawfully allowed there. And so it is a perfect extension of what we do on the promenade. It's a connection from the promenade using street vendors on Arizona. I think it's very important to keep Arizona, opening Arizona to pedestrians as a critical element of the planning and design of this project. So I want to start there. Secondly, regarding the financial elements, I think that Councilmember Himmelrich was right. We have to have transparency on this project. We have not had significant engagement on the city side related to the development of what will be shared financials. And so that would mean that we ought to participate as an equity partner in this deal, that we ought to be looking at this like we are the limited partner. We take a limited amount of risk, that the development partner is the general partner. They have an outsized opportunity in the upside of the project because they don't have that same limitation on risk. And with that kind of balance, we get to see both sides, exactly how the financials will run, and we negotiate this thoroughly and transparently. And that, importantly, is our best protection against this notion that the developer might flip the project, as some have said, right? If we transparently negotiate a viable and equitable project, then it almost doesn't matter who the development partner is, because that's transferable, and it wouldn't be sold on, irrational expectations of development opportunity, because it would be transparent and public and available. So I think that's critically important. The mayor made some really good points on expanding our success on the promenade as the general purpose of this project. And I would just reiterate that we have the same free speech rights in the plaza as we would in public in public property. And I'll credit Councilmember McCowan with pointing me to a project that I had recently seen in Las Vegas that was developed by Tony Shea as to the kind of mix of properties that are available. Other council members pointed to other properties, but this one was kind of interesting to me on Fremont Street that had micro housing, but also had artisans in a converted motel setting, so that each of those old motel rooms, that what are maybe 300-400 square feet, would each act as a space for an artisan who might create a craft and thereby be able to sell it on site. It creates a really interesting space and a good activation of the space. And so, on the list of ideas, I'd put that in the mix. That acts sort of as a cultural asset, as you have a kind of a maker creative space, and connects us to who we are as Santa Monica, which is really a community of people who are creators. Thank you. That's it.
I'll take my turn now, and a lot of great ideas here. The incorporation of Arizona into the property, while not technically part of the negotiation with the developer, because the street is ours, I think has the potential to make this a spectacular project. And I hope and encourage our staff to look at that. I realize there are circulation issues and all sorts of other things, but my goodness, what an opportunity that could be. And especially with if the post office changes hands again, I would love personally to tear down that damn fence around the post office. I find that was one of the most offensive things I've ever seen happen in our city. The one thing I haven't heard yet, and that I think is really important, is to rethink why we're doing this and how long we can wait to see the reward. When we started this, and even when we looked at it 5 years ago and gave direction. At that time, everybody was healthy and the economy was doing well, and we could afford to invest our land and our time knowing that revenue would flow from this project after it was built down the line from TOT, retail sales tax, all sorts of other things. We're in a different world, as many people have pointed out. So I would hope now, as we enter this negotiation, we can ask the developer if there are ways that we can begin to pull some revenue from the land lease in the short term. And that might mean less money for some things in the long term, but it would mean that we'd start to get some revenue sooner. And I'd like some of that revenue, maybe even all of that revenue, to be earmarked for affordable housing, because I think that's a tremendous benefit of this project, which may not be realized on site, but which this project could fund, not just as a one-time payment, but if we have revenue coming in that we say, hey, that's going to be affordable housing money, that's a benefit to our community and to the people who live here for many, many years to come. So we've all taken a shot at this. Let me turn to Lane. You have been authorized by us to resume the negotiations with the developer. Do you have enough of a sense of what we're hoping for, or do you need something more specific from us tonight?
Yes, the only things I didn't hear from you, but I think are implicit, as we talk about potentially removing the cultural venue, we would still consider art and culture and to be part of the activation of the public space. So we would maintain that value without maintaining space for a cultural venue. And then the other thing is parking, which I assume by it not being mentioned is near the bottom or at the bottom of. And those are the only things I didn't hear from you. Otherwise, I hear affordable housing, open space at the top. And these do not need to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I hear affordable housing and open space as priorities. I hear making very smart decisions. As you all know, I have long been committed to advocating for the public good as strongly as any private entity would, and that will always be our objective, that we obtain full value for every deal for the city. So I think that has it. And then removing the cultural venue and parking down near the bottom, and we have all of the specifics as well from everything you said. So I think we have the direction that we need to go forward.
Do you need a motion from us to cement that, or is this adequate?
I think this is adequate. The other, I'm sorry, Mayor, the other things I did hear, the language in the ENA and the language in the ENA would include language regarding similar to an equity partner, but would ensure that there's no flip or profit participation that makes sense for the city, indemnification, the local hire, and you have asked questions about timing. I would say in the ENA, that is something we will focus on, is consultants and resources to make sure that we can get this done, to make sure we have what we need to get this project done.
Laura, did you have something you wanted to add? I saw your hand pop up.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that when we talk about local hiring, that we actually do promote local hiring. And maybe this might not be something for here, but it just brought to mind, how we used to have some internships done over at Public Works. We used to have some internships there, and if maybe before the project begins, we could maybe start talking about maybe creating some of that, and not only with Public Works, but I heard several of our union leadership talk about, how they were representing their employees, and maybe they could possibly create some of the internships so that we can actually have our residents start, learning some of these trades, so that way when we do have the opportunities to open up this, then we can actually hire locally.
Okay, I see dots on that. Councilmember McCowan.
I wanted to make sure I heard Lane that we have our goal is going to be timeliness, right? That we sort of move this as quickly as possible.
It is, though, Council, I have to be clear there. You have the Miramar project, you have the Gary project, you have St. John's, all in the queue. That is one of the reasons that I am expressly raising that that will be a part of our negotiations, is trying to figure out exactly how we're going.
Okay, well, good. Well, speaking of timeliness, I'll remind us it's 1:30 in the morning and we still have 4 items left. This is like the old days when Ken Genter and Mike Feinstein were on the city council. We went till 3 o'clock in the morning because we were all night owls. Is there anything else on this? If there's no objection, I'd like to move us on to item 9A. Is that okay? Good. If the clerk would call item 9A, please.
Sure. Item 9A is the public hearing and approval of the stormwater parcel reports and stormwater management user fees and clean beaches and ocean partial taxes for fiscal year 2021. And you currently have no callers for this item.
I'm sure somebody's been waiting all night to give this staff report. Who is it?
This is Shannon Perry from the Office of Sustainability and the Environment, and I am here to provide the presentation. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I think this is as good a time as any to thank you for your service. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because I have a brief PowerPoint for you, knowing that we are well into the morning. Okay. Can you see my screen? Yes. Okay, great. So I'm here this morning to present to you our stormwater parcel fee report. This is the same presentation that we come back to you with annually. The city's watershed management program reduces water pollution to the Santa Monica Bay and increases our local water supply, making the city's more water self-sufficient as well as resilient. Each year, the city is responsible for producing 2 stormwater parcel fee reports. They list each property in the city and the amount of the stormwater fees that are to be paid by each property owner. This information must be submitted by August 10th to the County of Los Angeles tax assessor in order for those fees to be incorporated into the individual property owner's county parcel tax bill. The stormwater management user fee and the Clean Beaches and Oceans parcel tax, which is often referred to as Measure B, generate approximately $4.6 million annually. The proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 stormwater management user fee remains unchanged at $36 per parcel building unit. The proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 Clean Beaches and Ocean parcel tax is adjusted 3.23% for inflation and comes in at $115.17 per basic tax. The funds that are collected are used to upgrade the city's storm drain system for enforcement of local, state, and federal regulations, such as our NPDES permit, implementation of the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Plan, and installation of rainwater and stormwater collection and reuse projects. Just to put those words in context, a couple of the projects that we've funded in recent years with these tax revenues are our Clean Beaches Initiative project down at the pier, collects about 1.6 million gallons of urban runoff. Our project at Los Amigos Park, our permeable pavers in the alleys, as well as our Green Street investments. That concludes my presentation, and as a reminder, the recommended action is that City Council approve the proposed 2020 stormwater partial reports pursuant to the California Health and Safety Code and the stormwater management user fee and Clean Beaches and Ocean parcel tax for fiscal year 2021. And I'm available for any questions.
So, Council, do we have any questions? I cannot see you at the moment, so you'll have to speak up. I don't hear any questions. Do we have any members of the public to open a public hearing for?
There are no members of the public.
Public hearing is opened and closed, and council the matter is before. Councilmember Winter.
So I will move that we approve the 2020 stormwater parcel reports and the stormwater management user fees and clean beaches and ocean parcel taxes for fiscal year 2021.
Second that motion. Councilmember Hall.
I think that was made by Councilmember Winter, and I think it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. Although it seemed like there was enthusiasm on many hands there. If there's no further discussion, we'll go to a roll call vote on it.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor McKim?
Yes, that passes with a unanimous 7-0 vote of the City Council, and actually brings us to a moment of history. Earlier tonight, we decided for the next 4 years we won't be doing any new preferential parking issues, but here's the last one. Item 11A.
Item 11A is adoption of a resolution amending preferential parking zone L for Hill Street between 21st and 23rd Street and preferential parking zone TT for 25th Street between Idaho and Washington Avenues. And again, you have no callers for this.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jason Klieger, and I am a Senior Transportation Planner in the Mobility Division. I will start sharing my screen. Right, I hope everybody can see that. So item 11A tonight is to amend the regulations on 2 blocks of existing preferential parking in the city. The first is Hill Street between 21st and 23rd Streets and 25th Street between Idaho and Washington Avenue. This map shows the existing preferential parking regulations in the city, and since we have a new council member, I will provide a quick rundown of some additional context. Preferential parking is a tool the city uses to manage parking availability on residential streets. Residents who live on streets with preferential parking can purchase a permit for every vehicle registered at their home address and up to 2 visitor hang tag permits. They're also able to print free 1-day temporary passes for larger gatherings at home. Permits must be used within the numbered district and no more than 2 blocks away from a resident's home address. As you can see, there are 5 districts in the city as shown on this map, and there are also many letter zones which are used more internally for the purposes of organizing the resolution. 2 things must happen before signs are posted on a block and permits are sold to residents. First, residents on the block must submit a petition representing 2/3 of the households and at least half of the residential frontage. And second, council approves the establishment of a zone. Now, these 2 steps can occur in either order, and they're reflected on this map as follows. The red blocks are implemented and have completed both steps, while the blue blocks are pre-approved by council, and residents can petition for regulations at any time. The regulations have been previously determined by council action. And the white blocks do not have regulations and are not pre-approved, including those in downtown Santa Monica. Tonight, staff is recommending approval of residents' requests to make their existing regulations less restrictive. In both cases, residents have petitioned for less restrictive regulations to facilitate visitors and others who come to their homes, such as gardeners and childcare. On Hill Street, between 21st and 23rd Streets, the existing regulations are very restrictive due to proximity to Santa Monica College. There are no parking 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and no parking 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Friday. The proposed regulations are 2-hour parking 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, except by permit, and this was supported by a petition representing 71% of the households on the block. On 25th Street, between Idaho and Washington Avenues, the existing regulations are 2-hour parking 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, except by permit, and they have petitioned to change the regulations to 2-hour parking 9 a.m. to 8 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, except by permit. And this was supported by 76% of the households on the block. In addition, staff conducted parking occupancy spot checks, and the data, as outlined in the staff report, supports the residents' request. Notices for tonight's public hearing were sent to all residents and property owners on the blocks, the respective neighborhood groups, the school district, and the college. And as a result of that mailing, staff received one comment from a resident on Hill Street in support of the recommended action. And we also heard from the school district that they took no issue with the proposal. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
And I'll close the window, and I cannot yet see you, council members. Does any council member have a question at this point? You'll have to speak up.
I move the staff recommendation.
Well, before you do that, I just need to check to see if any member of the public has checked in, because we do have to at least try to open a public hearing.
They said there were no speakers, I thought.
Well, that can change during a staff report, even at 2 o'clock in the morning. I just want to check with the city clerk. Are there any callers who want to give public comment?
No, there is not.
Okay, the public hearing is opened and closed. The drama here is it's the last preferential parking vote for 4 years. We have one member who's always voted against preferential parking measures, but this one actually reduces the preferential parking. So will it be unanimous? We'll find out in a moment. Councilmember Himmelrich, you have a motion.
I move the staff recommendation. I think our usual dissenter would have dissented, but he's gone.
And I'll second. Winter seconds.
Okay, so it's moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Winterer, and it may be abstained in abstention, which sort of destroys the whole dramatic impact of the thing. Are there any further comments on this? Take a roll call vote. Oh, let me just check. Can we do them both at the same time? They're listed as two separate zones, but I believe they're being implemented by a single resolution. Is that the case?
That is the case. There's one resolution, so you can just move the approval of the resolution.
Which is what I believe Councilmember Himmelrich intended to do. So we'll take a roll call vote.
That's correct.
Okay. Is Mayor Pro Tem O'Day not here? No. Okay. So Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes. So 6-0, that's unanimous approval, and that'll be the last one for 4 years, which is pretty remarkable. So now we're up to the 13 items. Almost time to go home.
Item 13A is recommendation to accept Kristen McCowan's resignation from the Santa Monica Pier Corporation and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy. And we have no members of the public to speak on that.
I move to accept without regrets.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry, Ted. We had a request to speak from Councilmember McCowan before you spoke. So.
Yeah, sorry guys. On this one, I was just gonna request, if possible, that we consider prior to filling the vacancy that we create an ad hoc committee to study the pier more closely, given the COVID crisis and sort of ongoing financial issues there. So before we fill this vacancy, I just thought I'd suggest that.
Well, as a matter of process, Councilmember McCown, we can give direction at any time. So we can direct that staff form a committee. We can't take action on something that's not on the agenda. What's agendized is our accepting your resignation and opening up the seat. So I would suggest we do that and then come back and allow direction to be given if that's what you want to do. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
I think Councilmember Winter is just itching to.
I'll restate my motion, which is move to accept without regrets. So for Councilmember McCowan, usually we accept someone's resignation with regrets, but given the circumstances, no regrets are required.
I'll second that motion.
I'm going to assume that there are no people waiting to speak on this, City Clerk.
That is correct. There's no calls.
Okay, so there's no public hearing on this. We have a motion by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Hara. I don't see any further discussion, so roll call vote on this, please.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
She said yes.
You're
She's
still
trying.
muted.
There, yes, sorry about that.
okay, Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that's done by a 6-0 unanimous vote of the City Council. Councilmember McCowan, what was the suggestion you wanted to make?
So given the COVID and ongoing financial crises and some other issues facing the pier, and there's been just a lot of talk about some changes, I just was suggesting that it might be time to create an ad hoc committee to sort of study the unique challenges facing the pier right now.
Let me ask the city manager, because this obviously would take staff resources, what's possible?
Yes, so unfortunately, I am going to have to be strong for my staff here and let you know that these things need to come up through a 13 item or otherwise, because we can't do everything at once. I have promised both staff and you, so that we actually get done what you give us to do, that we will not take direction that we're not in a position to execute on. So I am in favor of looking in all ways at the impacts, et cetera. But I do think if we're actually talking about you directing us to form a task force, I need that to happen through a 13 item.
Councilmember Winter.
Well, I just believe that our last meeting, when we reviewed the Pier Corporation's work plan, we touched upon some of these concerns and directed them to take a look at a whole bunch of issues, including their governance in this, fallow period that they have ahead of them. So I'm not so sure that forming a task force or an ad hoc committee would be anything other than duplicative. So that's, given again bandwidth issues that city staff, I think let's let the Pier Corporation wrestle with that and hopefully it'll come with a favorable outcome.
Well, so maybe what we want to do is let some discussion happen, unofficially over the next month or so. And then if somebody feels strongly enough that something needs to come forward, it would have to come as a 13 item. And that would give staff a chance to advise what's possible and what's really inadvisable given the workload on a reduced staff at this point. We can only do so much, and we have some pretty essential things we need to make sure get done. So is that okay if we just let that lie for the moment?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've let you off the hook on the Pier board seat that you had, but now I think it may be payback time. If the clerk would call that 13B.
13B is appointment to one council member vacancy on the audit subcommittee for a term ending June 30th, 2021. And we have no callers for that item.
Now, as I recall, that seat was held by Councilmember Moreno.
That's correct.
Who Councilmember McCowan replaced.
So I don't want to interrupt, but Councilmember O'Day has actually already agreed if we want him to.
Yeah. Well, I'll fill in for Councilmember O'Day. Sent me a text that he had to leave because he had to bike back to his campsite, and I hope he wore a helmet. Having had a bad near-death experience last week myself because he had an early board meeting, and I said, "Oh, so we can appoint you to the audit committee?" He said, "Oh, well, okay." So he did express his willingness to serve.
Well, Councilmember McCowan, you may be off the hook. And as a new council member, that may be just as well, because I know there's a lot.
Yeah, she's got a lot on her plate.
No, it could help her come up. It could help her come up to speed quickly, Ted. You must admit, right?
Yeah, well, it's up to her, but I would understand if she thought, "Oh my God, you got to be crazy. I got a lot going on already."
Well, nobody's nominated Councilmember McCowan, and if somebody were to nominate Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
I will nominate Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Are there any other nominations? Okay, it would be by acclamation if we weren't on a teleconference, but I believe on a teleconference everything has to be roll call. So if the clerk.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
and Mayor McKell.
Yes, so Mayor Pro-Tem O'Day is appointed to the Audit Committee by a 6-0 vote. That's what he gets for leaving early. And we can now move on to 14 public input. We'll find out who the real hardcore members of the public are now.
Public input, public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And we have one caller.
I'm impressed. Could we bring that caller in, please?
We could. It looks like they're in the process of transferring them in.
They fell asleep.
Let's hope they've not been listening to the William Tell Overture for 8 hours.
They're playing it in their head.
Could we do different music for each meeting at least? And for late meetings, maybe we need a little hip hop or something to keep people alert. No.
Okay, here's our caller.
Welcome.
Transferring Jonathan Foster.
Jonathan Foster, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello again, Jonathan Foster. It's a bit of a fraud for O'Day to not be here again. He's done this so many times. Really fraud. I have been here this late every time since 2015, so I've been through this several times with you and the other people that have come and gone. The Pasadena mayor, 92-94, he was the bowed out city manager, Rick Cole. I'm talking about Promenade 3.0 when he was talking about his conversation with Kathleen Rosen. They, the $10 CDs and, performers only got $1 or $2, and so the performers don't even come. And this is just not even true. I talked about Daryl Bristol writing up tickets to girls, black people using Brandon Kramer. Got a real, look down at me from him. There's a lot of problems. It's a good idea. There's a problem with freedom of speech, with the performers code. You got him writing up black people. Remember, the Martin Luther King Jr. was not observed on 3rd Street. You got community service officers. They're applying the law wrong. It's a good idea, but it's mean. A breakdancer sometimes were a problem. Lately now, Friday is dead. There's other malls. There's internet. There's more to do, so they don't come there. But Rick Cole doesn't know what he's talking about when he talks with Kathleen Rosen about what's happening out there with the street performers, and maybe why the mall is not seeing the kind of traffic you'd like. You've got a real big problem that's gone out to everybody about how the CSOs write up tickets to performers. I mean, you've just bludgeoned nice people who are performers right off the street. And you think Kathleen knows what to say to Rick Cole about what's going on out there? She is as mean as the CSOs about the stuff that goes on.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Are there any other callers who might snuck in that we still have listening to the William Tell Overture?
No, that was the only caller.
Well, that completes item 14 and completes our agenda for tonight. I'm sure we're all happy to hear that we're about to adjourn. We have not been adjourning in memory since we've gone to the teleconference format, but tonight we're going to make an exception because it's somebody who for a long time worked for the city and was familiar to a lot of us. It's with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of Ben Rankin, who was a city employee for 33 years. Ben was born April 18th, 1961 in Louisiana. His family moved to California when he was about 7 years old, and they originally settled in Venice, but later moved to Santa Monica about 30 years ago. Ben was first hired by the city in 1987. He was a part-time as-needed worker, but for decades after that, he had a unique role. He was the steward of the Civic Auditorium, the historic and storied Civic Auditorium, where he had many adventures, from film shoots with BMW and City of Hope to concerts by the Bare Naked Ladies, Prince, and Fishbone. Ben was essential to almost everything that took place at the Civic. He knew that space better than anybody else, and he went above and beyond to help those who had business or meetings or concerts there. In fact, he earned 2 Elaine Awards, our city service awards, the most recent for the setup of our council meetings in the East Wing when the COVID-19 closures had not yet happened. We had a few meetings there in the East Wing of the Civic. Ben's colleagues, many of them over many years, remember him as an extremely humble and kind man. He gave of himself. He never said no. And he kept the spirit and tradition of customer service and commitment to the city alive for himself and the people he worked with. To work with Ben was to be a member of his extended family. Ben is survived by his wife, Norma, 6 children, and 5 grandchildren. So on behalf of the city staff, the city family, and our entire community, we convey to Ben's family our deepest condolences. And that will do it for a very long meeting of your city council for July 28th. We're going to take the next usual meeting off so people can get a break. I think after these months of the emergencies we've been through, not just council members, but our staff deserve a break. So we will come back on August 25th for our next regularly scheduled city council meeting. Until then, we are adjourned. Good morning.